Maeda hits a high fly ball to deep left field. Kenta Maeda has arrived with a home run. This feels like a dream. And it's a sweep for the Dodgers to open 2016.
When you realize just how good Kershaw is, the way he can handle major league hitters.
Harper strikes out a third time. So Trace Thompson, who hit the walk-off on May the 10th, hits a walk-off tonight. I think he's hit another. It's carrying, and it's gone in the stand. His third of the night. The ball goes through Taylor's legs. The Dodgers win it 4-3. So what a hero is Justin Turner, and the Dodgers win it 3-2. And Kenley Jansen is the greatest saver in Dodgers history, 162. That is a historic home run for Grandal. 3 home runs. Wow, what a night.
Let's get this second half started from Phoenix in Chase Field. It's the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks playing the first of 3. And the first on a 9-game road trip to open the second half for Los Angeles. Welcome inside with Oral Hershiser. I'm Joe Davis. Solana Rizzo joins us in just a moment. So with the end of the first half, the Dodgers offense started to heat up. The wins kept coming. And as they get going into the second, you obviously hope that that continues. And you look at the disabled list that has been a big part of the story all season. Slowly but surely, pieces starting to come back off it.
I think Dodger fans should be really excited about this second half starting. We got a team that won 3 division titles, unprecedented. They got a chance to go for their 4th, only 6.5 behind the Giants. The sad news is they're the second hottest team in the National League coming into these games. The first hottest is the Giants, so that makes it hard to catch them. But with all the components coming back, with the trade for Bud Norris, who's going tonight, and also looking at the health of the guys coming back, and especially the ace, with the good news with Clayton Kershaw on the epidural, it's fantastic for the rotation. Bullpen work has been there and outstanding, and like you said, the offense is really coming around.
You mentioned Bud Norris going for the Dodgers tonight. He'll face off with Patrick Corbin, who the Dodgers beat in this ballpark last month. When we come back, Alana lets you know what that rotation looks like to begin this second half after this. After a few-day break, ready for baseball again. Dodgers and Diamondbacks in the series opener, the post-All-Star break opener. They've got the roof shot here at Chase Field, so it's fairly nice inside, but 110 degrees in Phoenix on the outside. They're going to have to crank it back open for fireworks after the game. We'll make sure we get moved back into the AC before they do that. Howie Kendrick ready to lead it off for the Dodgers tonight. Part of an offense that really started to get it going towards the end of the first half, and Kendrick had a big part of that, hitting above 300 in this month of July. Then it's the All-Star Seager. Turner and Gonzalez both turning it on as well over the last month. Puig's been better since coming off of the disabled list. Scott Van Slyke makes the start in center tonight. First time he started a game there in 2 seasons. Grandal and then Taylor in front of the pitcher Bud Norris. They face off with Patrick Corbin, who turns 27 years old on Tuesday. And a guy that came back from Tommy John last year, flashed some really good stuff. He's a former All-Star, but this year struggling to the worst numbers of his career.
16 starts in the second half of last year, came back and really showed that he was going to be really good. But this year, he has really struggled. The changeup, their league is hitting 381 off his changeup. Well, that'll slow the batters down. But since they're catching up to that, you think we have to go to his slider. Well, the slider has not been effective, not much depth to it, and thrown a lot of balls with it. The major problem he's had this year is commanding the pitches for strikes and also walking too many guys.
He's allowed at least 5 runs in 3 consecutive starts. He's faced the Dodgers already a couple of times this season. No decision back in early April, and then a loss to LA in early June. Howie Kendrick stands in, and away we go with his second half with ball 1. Closed captioning tonight brought to you by Shumash Casino Resort, where we are all about you. Corbin home with a 1-0, and Kendrick shoots one foul. So you have Corbin, who turns 27 on Tuesday. Howie turns 33, or turned 33 this past Tuesday. .351 in the month of July for Howie Kendrick.
Hitting down in the order most of the time, Joe. You know, usually about the 6th or 7th hole. And, you know, traditionally with Howie throughout his career, he's been the number 2 hitter. Here tonight in the leadoff hole.
Yeah, Corbin gets him, tying him up with a fastball for out number 1. And it brings up the All-Star Corey Seager. How about the first half that he had? His ranks among rookies in the majors. He right now is the favorite for National League Rookie of the Year, and by all accounts had a blast in San Diego with a home run derby Monday and then the All-Star game Tuesday night.
Showed himself proud, the Dodger fans and his family and everybody, his teammates, so proud to watch him. And you know, he quotes going into the home run derby where I don't want to get shut out. Well, he didn't get shut out. He got beat by Mark Trumbo, but he put up 15 home runs and showed very well.
He has 17 home runs during the regular season, and he's on pace right now to threaten Nomar Garciaparra's rookie record for home runs. Nomar hit 30 in 1997. Seager on pace for 31 as we start the second half. 2-1.
Pretty much a slam dunk to catch Hanley Ramirez for shortstop home runs. Only needs a couple to tie him for 1 season. You'd think he's going to do that maybe by the end of July.
Waits on this 2-1 from Patrick Corbin. And a fastball to the edge evens the count at 2-2. Corbin is own Seager in their limited matchup. Seager is hitless in 8 at-bats against Corbin.
The responsibility, Joe, of being the shortstop for the Los Angeles Dodgers, then making the All-Star team, then being named to the Home Run Derby, then performing well in that. And the thing that really gets everything when I think about him is just how poised he's been through everything. He really slows the game down. There's nothing that really overwhelms him. They haven't had to platoon him or back him off when the tough left-handed starters are on the mound. If anything, it's a shame when they have to give him a day off, pull him out of the lineup.
And he takes strike 3. Back-to-back Ks to begin Corbin's evening. And 2 gone in the first inning. Diamondbacks defense tonight brought to you by Clamato. There's the all-star first baseman Paul Goldschmidt. And on a night where the roof is closed, the ball typically doesn't fly quite as well.
It doesn't. When the elements are with the roof open or the big windows out there along the outfield, when that airflow comes in, a lot of times it hits the stands and then funnels back out, and that makes the ball really carry. But no matter what, the ball carries real well here in Arizona, open or closed.
Just ask Patrick Corbin, who's still winless in this ballpark this year, and bounces in ball 1 to Justin Turner. Now, Corbin on the road pretty decent. He's 4-2, has an ERA around 3.5. But at Chase Field, he's 0-5 with a .660 earned run average. And the Diamondbacks as a team, one of the worst teams at home in a long time. Turner drives one in the air to center. Bourne goes back on it at the wall, and Justin Turner has gone to straightaway center. An absolute bullet to start the scoring. It's 1-0 Dodgers.
Justin Turner in the All-Star break has not slowed him down at all. It's one of the things you worry about when you're hot as you go into a break and you're going to get time off, not see big league pitching for a while. Timing the key, and he times this one up perfectly. All-Star break did him well and kept him hot.
Right into the camera well in the batter's Zion Center. His 14th of the season. And Adrian Gonzalez now. So speaking of the ball flying well here, speaking of Patrick Corbin struggling here, Corbin's now allowed 19 home runs this season. 13 have come here. Is 1-0. Bounces in there. 2-0 on Gonzalez.
So many issues with this Diamondback team. You think about, they won the offseason. Shelby Miller, Zach Greinke, you know, coming off of big offensive years with Peralta and Pollock and Goldschmidt, and unbelievable defense last year. But it has just completely fallen apart on them.
They lost their last 4 games of the first half. They dropped 12 of their last 14. Chip Hale's team with the 3rd worst record in the National League. After, like you mentioned, an offseason that had everybody fired up about Diamondbacks baseball around here.
And then losing Greinke right now, they don't know when he's going to pick up a ball again with the left oblique. Said he did it swinging a bat. And the offense has been so bad for the Diamondbacks that some sarcastically around the organization say they miss Zach's bat.
Really across the board, these pitchers hit pretty well for Arizona. As Gonzalez draws the 2-out walk. The Greinke was placed on the DL beginning of July with the oblique strain. And he's been one of the lone bright spots in that starting rotation, which is what they went out and addressed in the offseason, seeing that they had Paul Goldschmidt and A.J. Pollock in their prime. Of course, they lose Pollock 2 days before the season to the broken elbow. And despite adding Greinke and adding Miller, they still have the 3rd worst rotation statistically in the National League.
They just traded one of their bullpen pieces, Brad Ziegler. So the bullpen has been weakened also. The second half is going to be very interesting to see if they turn into sellers or they hope this is just a bad year.
Now Ciel Puig takes ball 1 from Corbin. You mentioned Shelby Miller. 2-9 with an ERA above 7. He was sent back to AAA yesterday. And this is a guy that they dealt the #1 pick from last year in Dansby Swanson, along with Ender Inciarte, who is a really nice outfield piece, and a highly touted pitching prospect in Aaron Blair. Unloaded the farm system to get a guy that begins the second half in the minors. 2-0 on Puig.
Shelby Miller has always had fantastic potential, big league pitches throughout his repertoire, but he just cannot find the strike zone. He cannot find the mental part of pitching right now, and that's the main reason also they've sent him down there, to give him less competition and rebuild his confidence. But you see the numbers right there. The 2-9 with a 7.14 ERA will not function here. And you can tell by listening to his quotes as he went down to AAA that he's got shattered confidence when he says, you know, I'm surprised this didn't happen earlier.
Yeah.
That's not somebody who's frustrated or thinking he understands what the formula of success is. He's got to go back and relearn how to pitch.
Corbin's fallen behind Puig 3-0 and is in there with strike one. Ruby De La Rosa was pitching decently well for Arizona. He's on the disabled list as well, out until sometime in August with a sprained elbow. Robbie Ray, Archie Bradley, all below league average. Nightmare of a season in Arizona.
They are dangerous at their corners in the infield. Those are the two big bats this year. Jake Lamb over there at third has a higher OPS than that man right there, who usually leads all offensive categories. Paul Goldschmidt, the D-backs first baseman and all-star.
Corbin to Puig with a 3-1, and Yasiel lifts one in the air foul, 3-2. Puig has a home run against Corbin in his career, and has been much better since that disabled list stint, hitting .317 since coming off.
Not only got a chance to rest and have the hamstring healed, but has changed himself a little bit mechanically at the plate and looks much better. Shorter path to the ball with his hands.
And takes strike three. So Corbin winds up striking out the side, but sandwiched in the middle of it. This Justin Turner home run, his second longest home run of the season, measured at 441. 1-0 after a half. As the Dodgers in front of the Diamondbacks 1-0. And here comes Arizona for the first time. How about this staggering note? This is the 91st game this season for Arizona. This is the 82nd different lineup that Chip Hale's had to pen. With the injuries and the underperformance in those 82 lineups in 91 games, the most in Major League Baseball. Bud Norris takes it for his third start in a Dodger uniform, and it's been a tale of two seasons for him. Started the season in Atlanta, was 1-4 with an .874 in the month of April. So went into the bullpen, turned things around, and since returning to the rotation in early June, Orioles 3-1 with the 6th best earned run average in the National League. It's
been fantastic since he's been a Dodger. I know you say, well, 3 earned runs in his last outing in only 5 innings. But if you remember in that outing, Corey Seager lost a pop-up in a big bright sky that cost him a run and probably cost him about 10 pitches, where he would have probably gone about 6 innings and only given up 2 runs. So it would have been another quality start. So Norris is really looking like he's got a lot of upside now that he's thrown that cutter. The cut fastball has been the turnaround in his season and probably his career.
He's used it about 20% of the time since returning to the rotation. Didn't throw a single cutter in April. Started to work it in, like you said, while he was in the bullpen.
There it is right there. He throws it tight and hard, and then he's also got the slider off of that. The usage of that cutter up there at the top. You see April, where Joe mentioned he didn't throw it at all, and you see it continue to climb. At about 6.3 is when he learned it. He got sent to the bullpen. The effectiveness wasn't there, but as the percentage use went up and he was successful in the bullpen and then back in the rotation, that's when the Dodgers started to take a look and acquired him very quickly and early. And I think he's going to make a huge impact here in this second half.
It's 2-2 to Gene Segura. Cuts away, 3 balls and 2 strikes. And a guy that's been a nice pickup for Arizona. It was a criticized move during the offseason, them getting him from Milwaukee. He had been one of the worst hitters in baseball the last few years, but good this year.
Segura's on base percentage has filled in very well for A.J. Pollock to set up some RBI situations for Paul Goldschmidt, who's got 58 of them. Pollock there still nursing that elbow, where they put pretty much a door hinge in there to stabilize the joint. He's coming along. They actually expect him to play this year.
Big cut from Segura, fouls it back. We'll do it again, which don't you kind of think you've lost 4 in a row. You've dropped 12 of 14, 3rd worst record in the league. Why even try to come back? I mean, I understand that, of course, you're an athlete. Right. It's what you do.
I understand too. You got short-term perspective and you got long-term perspective. But maybe you bring him back at the end of the year just to make sure everything's okay, that we don't need to do any more work on it. You can count on him next year.
Inside corner for strike 3, and Norris wins this 8-pitch battle to begin his night.
We've had 3 fastball, 3-2 count strikeouts, a couple on the Dodger side, and now Segura on this one. The others were borderline low. This one's borderline in. Pretty big strike zone back there to work with so far.
Dan Iasonia calling the balls and strikes tonight. Michael Bourne climbs in. These guys were teammates on the Houston Astros a few years back. That's Bourne's hometown team, Houston boy. And his first season in Arizona. That's a low strike, and it's 0-2 in that zone consistently large in this first inning.
I remember Iasonia had an all-star break too.
I
think he needs to remind that to Mr. Bourne. Just getting back into it.
And I'm sure he'll understand.
Oh, yes, for sure. You know, with Bourne in the left-hand batter's box here, this is the kind of guys that really gave Bud Norris trouble before the cut fastball came around. Really didn't throw as many strikes to left-handed hitters. Left-handed hitters, he really didn't have anything to get people out with. When he'd make the mistake with his fastball up, they would just waylay on it.
The other way, Turner with a backhand across his body on a bounce to get him. Justin Turner homers in the top of the inning, and a nice defensive play in the bottom.
Great reactions, the quick backhand, and understanding it's Bourne, and I don't have time to plant and fire. Just get it to Adrian as quick as possible in the vicinity. Quick, smooth footwork. Justin coming off the knee surgery. A lot of things I worried about. Were they going to be healthy enough not to hit, but to play defense? And Chris Woodward has done an amazing job with his footwork down there, because JT, most of his errors are throwing because he couldn't get his legs back under him. They've worked endless hours on that footwork, and it just continues to pay off.
He is really coming on in all phases for this team. 0-1 to Paul Goldschmidt, hung over the plate, in the air to center. Van Slyke is there, shy of the track, to complete a 1-2-3 first inning for Bud Norris. On to the second in a 1-0 game. The greatest half in baseball history. All right, home run in the top of the first. Great defensive play in the bottom half. Pretty good start for him.
MVP of the game so far.
Scott Van Slyke leads off the second, making the start in center field tonight. Goes after the first pitch, checks on Nick Ahmed. It's the first time in a long time that Trace Thompson has not started against a left-handed pitcher. Thompson tweaked his lower back on a swing in the final game of the first half. He didn't like how it healed over the All-Star break, so getting tonight off, and that's how you see Van Slyke roaming center.
Almost every everyday player plays with something hurt, and when all of a sudden it becomes injured, you cross over that and need a day off, and hopefully you don't end up on the DL.
Here's Grandal. There's strike one, and we check in with Alana Rizzo.
Guys, regarding Trace Thompson, he actually hurt it on a swing back on Sunday before the All-Star break, and originally it was just left side tightness, and now it ended up being low back irritation. Dave Roberts wanting to keep him out of the game today and tomorrow. Dave Roberts not ruling out a DL stint. They will reevaluate after tomorrow.
All right, Alana. And the word on Jock Peterson most recently is that he'll rehab this weekend in Oklahoma City. The goal is to get him back Tuesday in Washington. A lot of pieces finally getting healthy. There's been a story all season is the length of that disabled list. It was as long of a DL as there's ever been in baseball to begin a season. You've seen some pieces come off. You've seen some other players go on to it. But a guy like Kershaw seems like won't be long before he's off either. Chris Taylor.
Remember back to spring training, there were pieces we expected to come back at a certain time, like around now with Ryu and Brandon McCarthy. But there were so many that went on. Dodgers led baseball in the first half in days on the DL. And they've still done a marvelous job keeping pace with the Giants. And I know they're 6.5 back, but I say keeping pace because there's a lot of schedule to go. Ryu back and trying to prove that the fastball's completely there. McCarthy throwing the ball well. It's being back.
Dodgers 18-8 run to finish the first half, tied them for the most wins in the majors during that stretch with the Houston Astros, who have gotten hot after their slow start, and the Giants.
14 games ago, we lost Clayton Kershaw, and it looked like gloom and doom. And they've won 10 of those 14. And I think that's the real goal for this club right now, short term, is to keep pace with the Giants, maybe catch them a little bit, and get Clayton back in there. He's a guy that can put you a lot of games over 500 in just his starts.
Taylor down on strikes, 4th K for Patrick Corbin, who works a 1-2-3 second. Nothing on a first inning home run from Justin Turner, and we look now at the defense brought to you by Clamato. The Dodgers #2 in baseball in defensive efficiency, which is the ability to turn batted balls into outs.
And we saw that with Justin Turner. Corey Seager, the rookie at shortstop, done an amazing job. Adrian Gonzalez with his gold gloves over there saves them when they have to rush a little bit, like we saw with Turner, and picking any throw if they get it in the area. Second basemen have kind of rotated through this year, but Chase Utley has had the bulk of that defensive responsibility, and we've seen many components out there in the outfield tracking him down. I think we should welcome Clamato as a new sponsor here in the second half. Thank you for joining the Dodger team.
Jake Lamb leads off this second, middle third of the Diamondbacks order. Leading the National League in slugging, yet he was not an all-star. Over the last 6 seasons, there have been 42 players with an OPS like Lamb's. 41 of them have been all-stars. Everybody except Jake Lamb.
Isn't there one every year?
Yeah.
Not Jake Lamb's, but his statistical prowess that just doesn't get on the roster because they have to have a representative from every team, which is a good rule. But the debate always comes up about expanding the roster so this doesn't happen. But no matter where you draw the line, you're always going to have 1 or 2 or 3 on the other side of the line that you feel don't belong there.
Norris ahead of him 0-2 and misses inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 25 years old. He's out of Washington. Second season as the everyday third baseman. He was a below average hitter last year statistically. This year one of the best in the league. Completely changed his swing during the offseason while he was home in Seattle. Lowered his hands, added a leg kick. Dave Magadan, his hitting coach, has been one of the beneficiaries of that change.
It's amazing that when you start getting little results, the whole game slows down. You start to gain a lot of confidence, and then you're recognized by your teammates and then peers around the league, and it just snowballs.
Line drive to right, base hit. Lamb starts his second with a single. He had talked with A.J. Pollock, who also revamped his swing and also had a breakout season for the Diamondbacks. His came last year. But Lamb picked his brain on some of the changes he had made. A guy named Bobby Tewksbury, who's the same guy that overhauled Josh Donaldson's swing, overhauled Pollock's, and Lamb thought those were a couple of pretty good examples to follow. So he worked some with Tewksbury, changed that swing, and he said it clicked immediately. Wellington Castillo with the man at first, nobody out in the second. Oh, close play at first, but Lamb napping some, able to stick his foot back in.
Kind of sauntered off first base there, got his shoulders almost pointed in the wrong direction, and that's the key when you're taking your lead off and you need to get back. You can't let that left shoulder start to turn towards second base. It makes your first step back to first really short. You might have reacted in time, but you're not gaining any ground on the bag.
Castillo, the former Cub, the former Mariner for a short time last year, before the Diamondbacks acquired him in a deal that right now they may regret some. They traded away Mark Trumbo, who the Dodgers saw against Baltimore a couple of weeks ago. Trumbo leads the majors in homers, and the Diamondbacks traded him away for Castillo and a couple of minor league pitchers.
Not big fans of Trumbo right now after beating Corey Seager in the home run hitting contest. Rather not talk about him.
Too soon?
Yeah, just too soon. He has to have a good second half for me to start watching him again.
Fair enough. Just misses away in a zone that was huge in the first inning for Maisonia. Seems to have tightened up some here in the second.
Really like that last pitch, 95, but had great downhill plane, and Bud had been coming underneath a few sliders and cutters and leaving them up. Got back on top of the ball right there.
And gets him here. Second K for Bud Norris, one gone in the second.
Well, the angle on the last fastball got Bud to the top of the ball and driving it downhill, and you see now he doesn't come underneath that cutter. Actually throws through the top of the ball, which creates that downward movement compared to dropping his elbow, flying out, and coming underneath it and throwing a couple of hangers he did earlier in that count.
So one away for Chris Herman. He's having a career season in his first year here in Arizona. He's a catcher by trade, but playing left field tonight. That's partly because of all the injuries the Diamondbacks have had, and it's forced Chip Hale's hand to play Herman in the outfield, but it's also partly because he's hit a ton. 291 this year. Was a 180 hitter in his 4 seasons in Minnesota. Sometimes a change of scenery does the trick. Two and oh.
And when the hitting coach can change somebody else in the lineup and he's doing well, and he kind of hits the same style you do, the same size guy, and start to have confidence that, whoa, he fixed him, maybe he can fix me, and you listen right away.
Able to lay off. 3 balls and no strikes on Herman.
Bud's having trouble throwing a quality pitch to his arm side right now. I think his center of gravity is pretty much taking him towards the left-hand batter's box. So that side of the plate is good, but when he tries to get the ball to the middle or to the arm side right now, he's coming underneath it. Much better rhythm right there, but I think when he's feeling that he's coming underneath it, it's not about staying on top, it's about staying on line. There's symptoms and then there's cores to trying to fix your hitting or your pitching. When you're running through your toolbox, when you're struggling with something and you're kind of out of sorts, it's you try and run through the toolbox and remember the core issues of your delivery and start there before you start doing the things that are more out on the tangents, like grip or, you know, hand angle or different things that are really more minor adjustments compared to. I'm missing by a lot right now. I need to think about, you know, the center of gravity. I need to think about staying closed. I need to think about, am I getting a good power and push off my back leg? That runs through a pitcher's mind when he's trying to find his rhythm and his release point.
On 3-2, there goes Lamb, and a line drive base hit to left. Lamb will take third on a single from Chris Herman.
That's a long way back from 3-0 for a pitcher. You want to throw strikes to get back in the count, and Bud did a good job doing that, but then you get again to a pitch where if you got to throw a lot of strikes, sometimes they're not quality ones. That ball's up a little bit, a good piece of hitting, but Howie Kendrick keeping the double play in order. Still gets the Dodgers a chance to get out of this inning without giving up a run.
And a double play candidate for Bud Norris to work on, and Yasmani Tomas. With the Dodgers in front 1-0 here in the second. Tomas signed a club record deal out of Cuba last season and has struggled mightily. Broke down his last year, went on in his first major league season. Hit above 300 in the first month this year, but nowhere close since.
But during his slump, talking to some of the Diamondback personnel, he'd almost swing at the rosin bag if he threw it from the mound. So aggressive and really didn't care where the pitch was. And until you force the pitchers into the strike zone, especially at this level, they will eat your lunch.
On 0-1, Tomas grounds it to third. There's one. There's two. Around the horn they go to keep the Dodgers in front 1-0 after 2.
Cut fastball away. Justin Turner's made a miraculous play earlier. This is just a solid turn by Chris Taylor, and they're out of the inning, still with the lead.
And Turner accounting for the scoring. In the first game of the second half, Dodgers in front of the D-backs 1-0. 9-1-2 come up against Patrick Corbin. But Norris, decent hitters so far. Get a base hit with the Dodgers and bounces the first one off of Lamb's glove at third. He'll reach to start the inning. We'll see how they rule it. Let's see. Still waiting on it. We're going to try and get the ruling for you. What do you say, Oral? Base hit?
I'm going to give it a base hit because even if he captures the ball, he's got to spin around and still throw him out.
No, we're getting the ruling. They give us this. The thumbs down means it's an error on Jake Lamb. No.
Yeah. After the All-Star snub, maybe they feel bad for him, but yeah, I guess that's an error. It's not that difficult.
Now Kendrick now.
That kind of cut short our FaceTime right there.
Yeah, well, we got to get you back on. If you want, we can zoom it right in on you too.
No, the proud papa here.
Yeah.
Charlotte Grace, 26 days old now. Welcome back. That's awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to the fraternity of fathers.
Too bad it's not a boy, because we would have named him.
No, you wouldn't.
Nomar Davis.
I doubt it.
Oral Nomar Davis.
Promises, promises. I just enjoy the sentiment that you would have started with Oral.
Right, not Nomar Oral Davis.
No. That would be no. Weird. Yeah, your initials are no instead of on.
Right.
Whatever.
All over it.
Move down.
Yep.
Move on.
Kendrick struck out his first time. And he lead off for the Dodgers for the 5th time this season. On this 2-1 from Patrick Corbin, Kendrick takes it upstairs. 3 balls and a strike. Kendrick, one of the guys turning it on towards the end of the first half. 351 so far in July. For a guy that has always hit. He's never hit below 280 in his career. Kendrick skies one into shallow center. There's Bourne camping under it for out number 1. Celebrate Japan night Tuesday, July 26th. Dodgers meet the Rays, and the first 40,000 fans get a bobblehead featuring Kenta Maeda, courtesy of San Manuel Indian Bingo and Casino. Arrive early for special pregame performances. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. And some really good bobblehead giveaways this year. I think there's a Howie Kendrick one coming up. Here's Seager. How long before there's a Seager bobblehead?
I think there's one scheduled for this year.
Is there? In the air to center, sending Bourne on the move back to the warning track, and that ball's off the wall. Norris out at third on a ringing double from Corey Seager. If there wasn't before, there is now. That ball was hit hard enough where you give him a bobblehead.
Struck out on his last at bat, but right on this fastball. The last at bat was a borderline low pitch. This one elevated slightly, and he made no mistake with that swing.
Flight of that ball looked a little bit like Justin Turner's home run in the first inning, crushed just to the left of dead center. Our top tier play brought to you by Arco. It's his 14th home run of the season.
So hot going into the All-Star break. Really carried this offense for a while and staying hot now. All these veteran bats starting to heat up.
He's dominated Corbin. RBI chance for Turner with 1 gone in the 3rd. Bounce to third, and Lamb commits his 2nd error of the inning. 2-0 Dodgers as Norris is in from 3rd.
So much has been talked around Arizona here about the quality of defense the Diamondbacks play, and this play right here is so routine. The other one borderline, we saw the error, but this is just a routine ground ball. Comes up on him a little bit, but a big leaguer's got to have that for sure. Whether it is throwing to the wrong base or overthrowing a cutoff man or making errors in the infield. The Diamondbacks have not had that secure defense that they had in 2015.
Let's go down to Alana.
Guys, an error by Jake Lamb to get Norris on base, and then an error by Lamb to get Bud Norris back in the dugout. Of course, not particularly used to running the bases. It is still hot here despite the roof being closed. Dave Roberts saying to Bud Norris as soon as he came into the dugout, get into that clubhouse and chill out, cool down.
Yeah, even when they shut the roof this afternoon, mid-afternoon, it didn't cool it off a ton. Gonzalez takes ball one. I was down there during batting practice, and it still felt much warmer than the number we threw up pregame, which was, what, 76, they say the internal temperature is here. Maybe to that now. Maybe.
Well, you've heard of Bikram yoga?
Oh, yeah.
Well, when the roof was open for Dodger BP, George Lombard said to me they had Bikram BP.
I've done it.
Have you really?
Yeah. With George Lombard.
Okay.
Full circle. Men at the corners and one gone. Dodgers up on the Diamondbacks. 2-0 in the third. And Corbin brings the 1-1 pitch. 1-2. Since those back-to-back days off for Adrian Gonzalez in Pittsburgh, he's the #1 hitter in baseball with a .455 average.
He's going to have a tough time turning Dave Roberts down when he says, I want you to take a day now.
Turner with a delayed steal, and the throw is wide of the bag. So 2 men in scoring position for Gonzalez.
Another example of the inefficiencies of the D-back defense. Justin Turner, a couple crow hops out there, 2.5 steps before you start to break. Catch them by a little bit by surprise. Even if they recognize it, you might be able to score Seager from third with the throw going through.
Second steal of the season for Turner. Infield comes in on Gonzalez. Dodgers trying to open this thing up early. The 2-2. And he got it. So Corbin with a big strikeout, already his 5th, and 2 away. So it's up to Puig to try and tack on.
This is where you really start to think about a lineup getting longer. When the key RBI guy fails in his situation, but there's another productive bat coming up with 2 outs that can get the job done.
Took strike 3, called his first time on a pitch that he thought was low. He's homered against Corbin in his career. And bats with Seager at third and Turner at second. 2 gone in the third. Corbin's 1-0. See if Puig gets one to drive on this 2-0. Curls in for a strike, 2-1.
The breaking ball has gotten Corbin to this point where he has a chance to get out of this jam. A couple of good ones to Adrian Gonzalez to get the punch out. It really has not been his fault this inning that they've gotten a tally. The error is at third.
Oh.
Frustration mounting. Strikeout with a borderline low pitch in the first at bat, and here in an RBI situation, letting him get back in the count with a borderline high and in pitch.
So now the 2-2, and Puig strikes out swinging. Well, when guys get really upset is when you give them two pieces of the plate, right? Two corners. Gave him below the knees in his first at bat, and then Puig frustrated when he gives him one off of the inside in this AB. Dealer today, and by Jack in the Box. It's back, the Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack. Taste it before it's gone at Jack in the Box. On Sportsnet LA is brought to you by the Dodge Challenger. Test drive one at your local Dodge dealer today. And by Jack in the Box. It's back, the Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack. Taste it before it's gone at Jack in the Box. Corey Seager led off the home run derby. That can't be an easy job. Start the event. He had 15 of them. Mark Trumbo wound up knocking him out in the head-to-head. Patrick Corbin leads off this inning and takes ball one from Bud Norris.
The number one comment you hear from guys that are in the home run derby for the very first time is they feel like they're out there all by themselves on an island. Normally when you take batting practice on the field, you've got the cage around you, you've got people around the cage, you got your BP pitcher and a screen. You don't have the two in-ground cameras, no screen. You know, it's quite a change in having to swing the bat, hit only home runs. And then I love the new format this year, Joe, with the clock.
Yeah, a couple years now they've had the clock. You had Todd Frazier beating the buzzer last year in Cincinnati, but it totally changes the whole vibe of the event.
Yeah, just the action that's continuous now, that you're not being graded on, oh, that's an out. You only have so many outs.
Norris delivers 2-1. It's 2-2. We were asking our buddy Nomar about his experiences. There he is over in the radio booth tonight with Charlie Steiner. But Nomar was in a couple of home run derbies. The first one was as a rookie. In 1997, they had a derby earlier in the day with just rookies, and the winner of that home run derby among rookies got the automatic bid into the real thing. Corbin back up the box. Taylor behind the bag. Throws it wide. Corbin reaches to start this inning. They rule it a base hit. So anyways, Nomar in this home run derby, he wins the one among the rookies, and then he gets put in there with the regular crew. Guys like Mark McGwire, Jeff Bagwell, Ken Griffey Jr., Chipper Jones, Jim Thome.
Monsters.
He said he looked like the Bat Boy when they took the picture. And he got shut out in that first real home run derby experience. He did it again a couple of years later at Fenway and hit a few. And a home run derby that Frank Thomas won. Here's Nick Ahmed.
So the big hurt put a hurt on him that year.
I looked at the wrong one. It was actually Ken Griffey Jr. won in '99 at Fenway. '97, Tino Martinez won it. That was at the Jake.
Tino had deceptive power. He wasn't the biggest and the strongest, but he had great separation between his hips and shoulders, kind of like Corey Seager.
The reason we got on the topic with Nomar was we asked him, did it, there's that myth that it screws up your swing. That can hurt guys going into the second half, and he said at least for him it wasn't the case, but then he said kind of half jokingly, but maybe that's because I wasn't very good at it and I was just spraying singles all over the place. So he didn't alter his swing at all.
But he said also about the format then was the out system, and he thinks he would have done better in the clock system because you could get in the same rhythm as you get in BP. And going into the one in Boston, he hit during the BP session, he hit 10 in a row, and everybody said, oh, you're so locked in, you got a chance to win this thing.
Yeah, putting some money down on him. Yeah.
But then when you get in there and you're just searching for the perfect pitch and you don't want to make an out compared to getting as many swings in as possible.
Ahmed shoots one to right. Puig plays it on a bounce. And the first two have reached against Norris to start the third. So back to the top of the Arizona order. Here's Gene Segura. Corners in for the Dodgers. Potential bunt situation for Segura. He takes ball one. A career year for him. Go back to 2013. He was an all-star in Milwaukee, but struggled in the second half that year. And from the all-star break in 2013 through the end of last year, he had the lowest OPS in the majors. But he has turned it around this year, much like Jake Lamb overhauled his swing during the offseason. While Lamb did it in Seattle, Segura did it with a guy that plays in Seattle, and Robinson Cano back home in the Dominican Republic. Changed his setup, changed his swing, and worked on it every day for 3 months in the Dominican.
He has done it swinging the bat. The on-base percentage up there in the leadoff hole. It's not a lot of walks. It's getting hits.
Chip Hill letting him swing away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, Norris has pitched around some traffic over the last couple of innings. Diamondbacks have men at the corners in the second. He got a ground out, or a ground ball double play to get out of it. Started by Turner, went 5-4-3. Segura cracks a fly ball to center. Van Slyke started on. Now Ingles into the gap to make the play. Both runners tagging. Ahmed back to first, and Seager holds on to it. Ahmed got halfway to second and then threw on the brakes and scampered back to the bag.
Good to get that first out for Bud Norris. Some good base running from Ahmed to be aggressive and look to get out of the double play situation, but Scott Van Slyke recognizing that, making the catch, getting himself angled towards second base so he could get the ball in there. Ahmed read it perfectly and got back just in time.
A little conference on the mound here. Turner and Gonzalez out there with Grandal. And Bud Norris is with his 4th team in the last calendar year. He was with the Baltimore Orioles. Struggled to the worst numbers of his career. They released him in early August. Finished last season with the Padres working out of the bullpen, and started this year in Atlanta before the Dodgers got him a couple of weeks ago.
The Dodger front office was very nimble to acquire him so quickly, to see what was happening in his career with the addition of the cutter and stepping out real quick and beating the other organizations to the punch to get him.
Ahmed takes off on strike one into second. And with a base hit, Bourne could tie this game.
Dodgers had a meeting before that first pitch about infield defense and the speed of Bourne, maybe not being able to get a double play. How are we going to play each ground ball? That situation went away quickly with that SB.
Nicely placed, 0-2.
Strong hands of Yasmani Grandal behind the plate to keep this one looking like a strike. That downward movement, the velocity could take your glove off the plate. He just froze it right there on the corner.
Strikeout would be huge here for Norris. Second and third, one away. And an 0-2. Now, the slowest thing to come in this age of analytics is ways to measure defense. And the slowest piece of that is ways to measure the effective framing and the catcher's impact on the game defensively. But as far as the analytics they have right now, Yasmani Grandal considered as valuable as anybody in baseball at doing it. Breaking ball golfed into the gap to tie this game. Corbin and Ahmed both score, and the ball gets all the way to the wall. Bourne has a triple, and it's 2-2.
Going to be a triple, or is it going to be a single with a two-base error? This ball gets away from Scott Van Slyke out there in center field for the first time in a long time. He'll tell you he should have had this ball as he retreats to the gap. Probably a double, maybe a one-base error. Just doesn't get down there, but they gave it a triple. Nice call, Joe.
And so Bourne has tied it. And now Paul Goldschmidt with the chance to put Arizona in front. Strike one. Well, Norris in his 8th major league season. He's made 8 appearances against the Diamondbacks in his career. And the numbers startling. 0-7 with an ERA around 14. Now there's only 2 active pitchers with more losses against a single opponent. Brad Hand, who's now a reliever with the Padres, has lost 8 against Washington. Luke Hochevar with Kansas City has lost 8 against Oakland. That includes back-to-back starts during Norris's rookie season while he was with Houston, when Houston was still in the National League. He gave up 6 runs in 1 inning against Arizona, and 6 days later had to face them again, and again gave up 6 runs. Goldschmidt smacks it to second. That will bring home Bourne to put Arizona in front. So a 3 spot in the third, and it's 3-2 Diamondbacks as Goldschmidt picks up the RBI. Two gone with the bases clear, and here's Jake Lamb. He singled his first time, one of 5 Arizona hits. but has committed a pair of errors in this game, leading to the Dodgers' third inning run. Pretty good crowd in here tonight.
A very good crowd. Tried to come in here to get away from the heat. 110 outside. A pleasant 76 degrees in here.
Heat wave across the country this weekend. Into next week. I think the average projected high for the Dodgers on this trip, it goes to Washington and then St. Louis, which is notoriously hot this time of year, but the average high is around 100 for this road trip.
Wow.
Yeah. Different kinds of heat to start and finish the trip, though. That St. Louis heat is heavy.
Close, as they say in the South.
Feels like walking through water. Bud Norris to Jake Lamb with an 0-2 pitch. Yeah, Cold Stone. Did you see the thing that they're going to have here on Sunday? Did you see that in the notes or anywhere in the articles lately? They're going to have a thing for National Ice Cream Day on Sunday called the Triple Play, which is a 2-pound ice cream dish. You can get one for 25 bucks. All that can be yours for 25, or you can go get one of those free smalls in the press dining room.
I think we need to have one of those delivered to the booth that day, just so the booth cam, everybody back home can see it in LA. Yeah.
There it is. So only $25 and only 3,540 calories.
I think you'll need to do yoga after that.
I don't know that yoga's fixing that. And we're going to fix that shot if we do have that on Sunday. I'm going to take this. I'm going to put it right there in front of the belly. I'm having a 3,000 calorie Sunday. Ball gets by Grandal and Lamb will reach to keep this inning going. So Lamb works a tough at bat, winds up reaching after a strikeout. The inning kept alive for Wellington Castillo.
It's giving Bud Norris a breather right here. Trying to get you all settled in with what's going on out there on the field. Those guys right now, not an inning that we like to look at.
No. So we're saying if you're going to do that Sunday,
yeah,
we got to make sure we block or at least pan the camera up, because you pound 3,000 calories in one sitting. I think it's going to show up on this bad boy.
Or we just have no booth hits that day.
Yeah, that'd be fine too. Castillo hits a base hit into left. And this inning can't end soon enough for Bud Norris, who's thrown 30 pitches here in this 3-run third.
Probably get a visit from Rick Honeycutt here just to reboot the computer and take a breather, change the chemistry of the inning. And old buddy decided to do that. Just a timing and a rhythm, and you see the pitch count, you want to give him a break, give him a chance. Maybe you've noticed something that you want to mention. Sometimes you just go out there and maybe ask them what they have for lunch to kind of change their brain chemistry.
Craziest thing anybody said to you in a mound visit?
Oh, I can't say it on the air. That would be.
Is that a Tommy Lasorda visit?
That would be something to do with Tommy. And Dusty Baker had a nice sense of humor when he'd come to the mound, but usually when he came to the mound, it was to take you out. Tommy would actually come out there to pump you up or encourage you. Encouragement, using that word loosely. So already 64 pitches for Norris with 2 gone in the third.
And Chris Herman, the 8th man to bat in this inning. Singles for Corbin and Ahmed down at the bottom of the order. Triple for Bourne. Lamb reached on a strikeout. Castillo with a single. Herman singled his first time. 6 Arizona hits against Norris. And that bullpen getting stirring.
They welcomed the All-Star break. They needed some rest, and well deserved.
Been good, but they've been overworked as a result of starters not getting deep into games. Bullpen was fantastic in that homestand, but they almost threw as many innings as the starters did over the 10-game stand. Norris pitches 2-0, and Herman takes strike one. #1 bullpen in the majors as far as earned run average, but since mid-May they're also #1 in the majors in innings pitched.
And that's something they will watch very closely. And that would be the biggest concern, is to try and find starters that can go deeper into the game. Encourage the guys that are in the rotation now to do that. Nice sharp cutter right there from Bud Norris. His best breaking pitches, as far as the fastball movement and the cutter depth and the slider, have been for balls. Arizona's done a nice job recognizing that now. And so when they get a strike, it's been one of the flatter pitches he throws. Like I said earlier in the game, I think that really has to do with his line. That his line is towards the left-hand batter's box, so that he can throw the high-quality pitch to that side of the plate, but to throw it more towards the middle of the plate or with his arm side, since his line is more towards the left-hand batter's box, he has to kind of come underneath the ball and flatten it out to throw it over to the other side of the plate.
And he gets Herman to finish this inning, but the Diamondbacks get to him for 3 and take a 3-2 lead into the middle innings.
Tonight's game marks the unofficial start of the second half of the season for the Los Angeles Dodgers and the remainder of the league. And the Dodgers at 51-40, already 91 games done. The second half of the season, a favorable schedule. They have 38 more games against the division, and even home and road split. You can see 19 at home, 19 on the road, 33 total games against non-division opponents, against 18 teams above 500. That's a challenge there. And the last 17 games of the season are against the division, of course, including the final 3 games of the regular season against the San Francisco Giants. And if history has anything to say about it, you know it'll likely come down to that.
All right, Alana. Scott Van Slyke leads off this 4th inning for the Dodgers and takes a strike from Patrick Corbin. You mentioned the Giants. They're nearing the end of a stretch. We're in a 29-game window. 25 of those games were against teams with a losing record. And that's been while they've made this run. Giants right now 3 games at San Diego to open the second half. But then 28 of the next 34 will be against teams with at least a 500 record. Van Slyke smacks one into center to lead off this 4th inning. So an easy stretch, but they're going to pay for it here over the next month.
In that category alone, the Dodgers have 12 more games against teams with a less than 500 record, so a little advantage blue there.
Eric Stephen, who does such great work on True Blue LA, had a piece this week and noted that there have been 6 times since the schedule expanded in 1962 where the Dodgers have finished in first place after trailing with 71 games left, as is the situation tonight. Here's Grandal. Grandal to the hole and into left. Back-to-back singles starting the 4th inning for Van Slyke and Grandal. But the largest deficit they've overcome in a 71-game finish is 4. And again, it's 6.5 starting this second half. A couple of other season he notes, though. 2006, they trailed San Diego by 7.5 in late July. They won 6 straight to finish the regular season, tied for first. San Diego officially won the division title because of the head-to-head. And the Dodgers swept by the Mets in the postseason that year. Early 80s, 1982, they trailed Atlanta by 10.5 on the final day of July. And they quickly rallied to take a division lead before Atlanta won 13 of 15 down the stretch. And the Dodgers bowed out on the final day of the season, losing to the Giants. Atlanta won the division. But the point is, larger deficits have been overcome.
They sure have. And you always have the wild card to fall back on now. Those teams that you talked about didn't have that to fall back on. And the Dodgers have a 2.5 game lead in that category right now over the Mets and the Marlins, and St. Louis and Pittsburgh also sticking their nose in that race.
Two on, nobody out for Chris Taylor. And Taylor smashes one to the gap in left center field. It one-hops off the wall. Van Slyke is in. Grandal is in. A triple for Taylor puts the Dodgers in front.
Well, they weren't behind for long. Just let them get back to the sticks. They put 2 guys on, and Chris Taylor slams this ball to the gap. A breaking ball that he picks on from Corbin. Absolutely fantastic swing right there. He knows he's thinking 3 right out of the box. That was a huge gap out there. As you see, he just split the seam on, bounces off the 413 and easily gets into third, scoring 2.
And it doesn't take long for the Dodgers to retake the lead. Taylor, who's making only his 4th start in a Dodger uniform, has his 2nd triple. Bud Norris with a little jam shot caught by Segura for out number 1.
Here's a big RBI with one out and man on third after that triple. Howie Kendrick needing to get it in. Adrian Gonzalez early in the game had a situation second and third, one out, couldn't get the job done. But these easy fruit to pick, you've got to pick these up. You look back at the end of a game, if you lose by 1 or 2 and you didn't pick these up, these are the ones that hurt.
Back to the top, Howie Kendrick. Strikeout and a flyout so far. Castillo setting inside, and Kendrick taking in there. Ball 1. We were talking about overcoming deficits. They had a lot more time to do it, but 2013 and 14 they overcame huge deficits to win the division. Kendrick with a base hit down the right field line to score Chris Taylor. 5-3 Dodgers on an RBI single from Howie Kendrick.
Chris Taylor, whose first hit as a Dodger was a triple. Howie Kendrick driving him in here with one out. And the Dodgers strike back in a hurry in this inning. HK 47 coming through right there with a bullet down the line.
Singles from Van Slyke and Grandal, triple from Taylor, and a single from Kendrick. And now Seager. So 2013, Oral, they trailed by 9.5 games on June 22nd. So more time to work with, but a bigger deficit to overcome, and they did. 2014 trailed by 10 games on June 8th, overcame that, won the division both seasons.
I'll tell you what happens in the locker room a lot of times as we get into this race. It's about gaining a game a week. When you start feeling like, okay, we're down 6, we're down 7, we're down 10, you can't think about catching somebody on a homestand. You're just trying to win a series, and you're trying to gain a game a week on whoever you're chasing.
Similar to when you're trying to erase a huge deficit in a game, right? You don't try to hit a 10-run homer when you're in a huge hole.
Nope, you can't overswing for it. You can't overlook today. You have to keep your short-term perspective with a long-term goal, and you've got to just take shovelfuls out of that hill. And then sooner or later, if you do that and you're consistent, and of course those games, the 9 games left with the Giants, will be huge.
Three in the bank for the Dodgers here in the 4th after the Diamondbacks got 3 in the bottom of the 3rd. Corbin's 2-0 to Corey Seager. Is ball 3.
You go from striking out in your first at bat to getting the double in your second at bat to earning great respect from Mr. Corbin here in this at bat.
The double was Seager's first hit in 10 appearances against Corbin. Green light, 3-1.
Leader in hits and runs and RBIs and home runs on the Dodgers. Of course he's going to get the green light. No question about his mentality in the box, understanding the situation, and Dave Roberts' confidence in him.
Castillo sets away, and he pops the mitt with strike 2. That note you mentioned about Seager leading the team in homers, hits, and runs. The last time a rookie led the Dodgers in those 3 categories, the very first rookie of the year, Jackie Robinson in 1947.
Pretty special company.
That's an impressive at-bat.
I love the 3-0 green light that Dave Roberts gives him in the left-on-left situation, because that might be the last cripple he sees in that at-bat, knowing that the breaking ball could be coming. Took his shot, was able to still take the 3-2 breaking ball for the free pass.
So 2 on with 1 out. Mike Butcher out to the mound, pitching coach for Arizona, to buy some time as much as anything for that bullpen to get going. This is a guy in Patrick Corbin who was an all-star. He's kind of the pitching version of Corey Seager earlier in his career. Highly touted. People couldn't wait for him to arrive. And then he did, and he was as advertised. 23 years old when he was an all-star in 2013. But then Tommy John surgery forced him to miss all of 2014. The first half of last year. Looked good when he came back in July, but has struggled to the worst numbers of his career here in his first full season back from the surgery. Justin Turner takes a ball.
If you think about what Arizona expected from their starters coming into this year, they signed Zach Greinke, they get Shelby Miller, they've got Corbin, who comes into the year with a solid ERA and a record of 26-21. And the whole thing has just fallen apart with the injuries and ineffectiveness.
Their last postseason appearance was their last division title in 2011. They've finished at least 11 games out all 4 years since. They are 19 games out at the start of the second half. Two on with 1 out in the fourth, and a 2-0 to Justin Turner. Drifts away, 3-0. Corbin's night is drawing close to an end if he can't figure things out in a hurry.
Back in spring training, the Diamondbacks were thinking about this time of year as of what little things would we be doing to polish off our roster with the big push at the end. But now they're actually in a place where are they going to decide to unload some pieces? You know they're probably not going to acquire.
And he's walked Turner. That's the third free pass from Corbin, and the bases are loaded.
Corbin has walked 12 batters in his last 3 starts, and in 2 of those 3 starts, 5 in each of them. Well, the command has been a struggle for him.
Adrian Gonzalez comes up now. We look at the Coors Light cold hard facts, mentioned it a moment ago, but this is since those back-to-back off days. One day that Dave Roberts told him he was giving him. The second day, Adrian Gonzalez, knowing himself better than anybody, saying, I need one more day, I'm just not right now. Leading the majors in batting average since those back-to-back days off. Nice opportunity here. Swings over the top of his slider that Corbin's fooled him with a couple of times in his first 2 trips up there. Strike 1.
Since becoming a Dodger, Adrian Gonzalez, most RBIs, I think, in the big leagues, or at least the National League. The games played way up there. He's a guy who likes to fight his way out of slumps, but now, a little older, starting to be wiser as far as taking the rest.
Kendrick at third, he singled. Seager at second, Turner at first. They both walk. And Corbin's 1-1. Got him again with that slider, 1-2. Four career grand slams for the San Diego native. Chance to break it open here in the fourth and get into that Arizona bullpen. Corbin's 1-2, and he digs it out wide of the bag. We'll do it again.
Dodgers were up 2-0 when Adrian, in his last at bat, only an inning ago, came up with second and third, 1 out, left those 2 guys on, and here, only an inning later, bases loaded, 1 out, even a better situation. Rarely would you ever read in Adrian's history that He left 5 guys on and 2 at back-to-back at bats, especially with only 1 out.
Corbin went back to the fastball and he flexed it back. Still 1-2.
Quality pitch and quality foul ball. You've been beat with the slider. You know you've got to pick up that spin and stay on it, not dig it out of the ground and strike out. Right there, that fastball in was well located with good velocity, and Adrian was able to get a piece of it.
Going off speed again. On 1-2. And Adrian lays off this time. The count evens, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Right about now, I'm changing my signals when the play-by-play for the visiting team guy understands what's coming. I think Corey Seager probably knows too and can be relaying that to Adrian. And as easy as he took that breaking ball, who knows what's going on?
On the outside corner, strike 3. So Gonzalez has left 5 men on over the last 2 innings and 2 away in the 4th.
Corbin all of a sudden decides to find his location. That is just a high quality pitch right on the edge. And Adrian reads that as I can't swing at it if it's a slider, so he gives up on it and it stays straight and hangs on the corner. You just got to tip your cap right there to Corbin and hope Yasiel picks you up.
Puig struck out himself with 2nd and 3rd last inning to finish that frame. He struck out both times against Corbin. You know, you wonder if back in the Coliseum, first few years in Los Angeles, if Vin was ever able to help through the transistor radios that filled the ballpark. Every single person had them. Of course, he didn't have the TV monitors to steal those signs that the catchers were delivering. But if he wanted to deliver a message to the field, he could have and did sometimes.
Yeah, those are so cute stories what he talks about when he's prompted the fans to do something like sing happy birthday.
And not just at the Coliseum and not just in the earlier years, but still at Dodger Stadium now. You can hear his voice in those first 2 innings on the transistor radios and throughout the ballpark. There's all the technology now. It's wired throughout the entire yard. Here's a 2-0. And it's 3-0 on Puig.
Really like the discipline Yasiel has shown tonight. Been working himself into hitters counts. I know he doesn't have anything to show for it yet, but just like the approach, the 2 strikeouts are in the books, but the approach at the plate in those 2 at bats has been very good.
Corbin's already walked 2. There's a strike, and it's 3-1. 2 in this inning, that is. 3 total tonight. Dodgers have the bases loaded here in the 4th with 2 gone. It would be a minor victory if Corbin could get out of this frame with just 3 runs having scored.
If this one's close, I think Yasiel's swinging.
He lines it to left center. Bourne moves over, won't get it. 2 runs are in. The wild horse on his way to second, and he is out. But knocks in a pair and makes it 7-3 Dodgers. A 5-run 4th to respond to the Diamondbacks' 3-run 3rd.
RBIs, gets thrown out at second base, but a big 3-1 swing right here after 2 strikeouts, gets one up and lasers it there. This swing right here from center field. You see a little of the observation right there before he gets into full speed, and the bang bang play at second base. That's the difference. Glad it fell in, but maybe just trusting that it will, and if it doesn't, big deal. And then you have to go to the swim slide and can't find your way to the bag. But great job getting that 2-out RBIs right there for the Dodgers and putting them up 7-3.
Important. They stranded 2 in the 3rd inning. Had 2nd and 3rd with 1 out. Couldn't cash in. Had a chance at a crooked number there in the 4th, and were able to get it thanks to Puig's 2-out single. And now Bud Norris back on the bump with a 4-run lead. When he left the mound last time, he had just allowed 3 and seen Arizona jump in front. Yasmani Tomas takes outside, 2-0. Tomas from Cuba, defected 2 years ago. Spent 16 hours on a boat on his way to Haiti. Sends a fly ball to center for Van Slyke, who's got it for the first out of the inning. He eventually found residence in the Dominican Republic, held some showcases there. But he didn't tell his family that he'd be leaving and trying to defect until an hour before he actually got on that boat to head to Haiti. But such is life there when you're trying to make the defections. The more people that know, the less chance there is that it works.
We have no idea what those guys go through. The life there in Cuba, and then what they have to think and grind on every day to leave their loved ones and come chase their dream and their passion.
Of course, there's the amazing story. It seems like it's created for a movie of Yasiel Puig, and if you've never gotten a chance to read that full story, highly recommend looking that up. Phil Gosselin hitting for Patrick Corbin, whose day comes to a close after 4 innings. I think in that story there's too many curves to it, too many wrinkles to do it full justice in the middle of a game.
Scary reality, and really is a movie.
Yeah. I think the rights to that story have already been purchased. There's somebody in Hollywood to make a movie about it someday. And it would be a long movie to be able to tell the full story of Yasiel Puig making his way to the States.
It was a big enough struggle for me to go to the Dominican Republic and to Venezuela to play winter ball for 3 months and to go through the culture shock of that, to think about I would have had to try to exit the United States and sneak out away from my loved ones to go then to a country where I don't speak the language. It's unbelievable what they go through and the pressure it must be. And how they have to break their own heart to leave their loved ones to go find a better life.
Norris got Ahmed, or got Gosselin, and brings up Ahmed. Well, 2 gone here in the 4th. Puig's defection, which is a whole story in itself, successfully came on his 5th try. Kendrys Morales, who plays for the Royals, he made it on his 8th try, I want to say.
And then to think they're coming over here and they're trying to get signed by a big league organization, maybe playing the minors for a little bit, and they haven't been playing professional baseball or even baseball maybe for a year, year and a half, because of what it takes to defect and finally get to the U.S.
Ahmed bounces to Turner, who goes up the ladder to get it and complete a 1-2-3 inning for Norris. I undersold it on Kendrys Morales. He escaped Cuba in 2004 on his 13th try. Southern California Toyota dealers. Toyota's Summer Drive Sales event is going on now, where you can save big on the all-new Prius. There's your Dodger All-Stars. First trips for Seager and Jansen. The 6th for Kershaw. Tuesday in San Diego. They got a real nice greeting from Padre fans there. They don't boo you unless you're good. Dominic Leone comes in replacing Patrick Corbin. So the Diamondbacks have to jump into the bullpen after 4 innings. Not the way you want to get your second half going. Although they have on this roster, oddly, to begin the second half, 10 relievers.
That's quantity, but quality. They are 24th in MLB, including Ziegler, who has gone with a 4.48 coming out of that pen. The Dodgers #1 with a 2.83 ERA out of their pen. So if we were playing tennis, I would say right about now it's advantage Dodgers.
5th inning begins the same way the 4th inning began. That is with Scott Van Slyke. He singled and scored the first run in that 5-run outburst. Starting in center field for the Dodgers tonight. It's the first time since 2014 that he started a game out there. The 2014 year was his best at 297. Led the Dodgers in slugging. That injury-riddled year last year. Dealt with back problems throughout the season. DL stint this year with a back issue. But healthy over the last month plus. And giving Dave Roberts another versatile piece that can play across that outfield. Van Slyke leading off the 5th. Running the count full.
Really started to look like he could be an everyday player before the injury came. Starting to get more opportunities against right-handers, looking better against right-handers. It was always a deadly bat against lefties. And the back bug hit him.
That's a smash into center. He is barreling the thing up tonight. Aggressive turnaround first. Holds on with a leadoff single. So his second hit of the evening. Second hit in as many innings as we look at our Quicken Loans Rocket Arms. Bud Norris through 4 innings has allowed those 3 runs, all in the 3rd. Patrick Corbin gives up 7 runs, 6 earned, and is done after 4.
Those are 2 different kinds of interest rates on mortgages right there.
Yeah. It's the 4th consecutive game that Corbin has allowed at least 5. Grandal with a hot shot to Goldschmidt. They get the out at second, back to first for a double play.
Paul Goldschmidt with a great baseball clock on that, knowing Grandal just scorched it right at him, took his time with the throw down to second. Turned it into a very routine double play.
Second baseman Chris Taylor.
Couple of Gold Gloves for Goldschmidt. One of the most complete players in the game. Chris Taylor now had the big hit last inning, a 2-run triple. Eventually came in to score. Now the base hit from Howie Kendrick. Big bouncer over Lamb and down the left field line. And Taylor's got his second extra base hit of the night.
Let's turn back the clock a little bit. Carlscam, his triple that really set the table and scored some runs for the Dodgers. They had the double right there, but earlier, let's take a look at our Carlscam replay. Chris Taylor finding the gap in left center off of Corbin's breaking ball. Just scored a couple. Van Slyke, one of them, and Chris Taylor sliding in easily. And then this double right here, a bonus in your Carl's Cam replay. Gets a single and a home run. The rest of this game, he'll have a cycle.
But Norris takes it in the dirt, ball one. Taylor's been a nice pickup for this team. Acquired straight up for Zach Lee in mid-June. He's called up a few days later from the Seattle Mariners, who drafted him out of Virginia. You can tell Norris is a good athlete just watching him swing the bat. He's a high school quarterback. And his first year in college was a two-way player at Cal Poly. Played some outfield, played some third base. Some pitchers look like they want to be in the box, and he's one of them.
Organizations are glad you have athletes as pitchers, but then all of a sudden they get worried too. You got a guy like Madison Bumgarner wants to be in the home run derby. He's a great offensive player. Clayton Kershaw does everything well for the Dodgers. Zach Greinke got hurt swinging the bat for the Diamondbacks. So it's almost like your racehorse that you want to just keep them to what they do and you need them for.
He loops one into left for a base hit. Taylor's on his way to the plate, and an RBI single for Bud Norris. His first RBI of the season makes it 8-3 Dodgers.
On your cue, Joe. That base hit. Chris Taylor has thrown him in and scored twice. And Bud hits a breaking ball right here. Just stays on it. Able to reach out there, take the top hand off the bat, get a little extra extension, and hit a line drive.
And the offense picking up where it left off in that first half. Every player in the lineup has reached on a hit or a walk over the first 4 2/3. Howie Kendrick now in the air to right center. That ball's sinking down for a base hit. Norris a late hold, back to second. It's 11 hits. And that is going to be it for Leone. Chip Hale's walking out thinking, I got 70 more games of this. Escobar ready to come in. Dodgers all over the Diamondbacks opening the second half. Diamondbacks bullpen to open the second half is Edwin Escobar, who was called up from AAA today when they sent Shelby Miller down. And here's a snapshot of where things stand right now for the Diamondbacks. They bring up a guy to start the second half that had an ERA at AAA of 5.
It's close to their team ERA for the year. They came into this game with a 4.77, and it hasn't gotten any better tonight. And they are just searching and groping for help in the rotation and in the bullpen.
Yeah, Corey Seager there to greet Escobar. Dodgers 1 in the first, 1 in the third, 5 in the fourth, and 1 more here in the fifth with a chance to tack on to that total. 2 on and 2 out for Seager. But Norris RBI single. He's at second after the base hit from Kendrick. And Escobar to Seager. Strike 1.
A lot of Dodger smiles on the field right now. Especially Bud Norris out there. He's got a 5-run lead. He got a base hit. He's glad that he was on the ropes for a while. They got him some runs, got him the lead right back quickly. Boy, does it change your whole mood. Corey a little frustrated right there, pulling that one foul. That was a hanging breaking ball right in his wheelhouse that he just jumped at like he was still in the home run derby.
Here's a 1-2. Seager hits it to short. Ahmed position well. Ends the inning. Dodgers add 1 with a base hit from Bud Norris. Halfway home. 8-3 Los Angeles. Home and then checked his watch and said, "We've been here for an hour 45 and we're halfway home. I'm out."
You've learned that technique now.
Oh yeah, I'm a righty though.
Charlotte Grace, 26 days old, and Papa Joe has been in that position right there.
The guy carrying him, not the one draped over the shoulder. Yeah.
And now that you're back on the road, Libby at home might be that tired.
Yeah. She's grinding for us. But Norris back out there with an 8-3 lead. Drove in a run himself off in the top of this inning. And gets the top of the Arizona order here in the 5th. How nice is it for a guy who's got an ERA against a team around 14 in his career to get 8 runs of support, to take a deep breath?
Yeah, you give up the 3 spot in the 3rd, but your team comes back and gets you a 5 spot in the 4th. You pick up an RBI in the 5th, and you're feeling like the complete athlete, like I can go deeper in this game. I was on the ropes, and now I'm feeling good.
8th season, 15. Longtime Houston Astro. They drafted him in the 6th round out of Cal Poly. Debuted in 2009, was there through 2013 when Baltimore got him. He was an ace for a while in Houston, and he was really good in Baltimore 2 years ago. He won 15 games and had the best ERA of his career in a year where the Orioles won 96 games, went to the American League Championship Series, but took a step back last year. Segura in the air to right for Puig. He makes a casual catch for out number 1. Don't miss the highly anticipated matchup with the Red Sox. They return to Dodger Stadium for the first time in 3 years. Sunday, August 7th. First 40,000 fans there get Dodger Blue Sox, courtesy of AM/PM. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Red Sox start the second half in 2nd in the AL East, behind the Orioles. Jammed up the top of that division. Baltimore, Boston, Toronto.
David Ortiz is on pace for one of the best statistical years ever for someone who's going to retire. Ridiculous. The way he's performing and saying, yeah, I'm just going to go home. There has to be a conversation, you would think.
Yeah. Although the people around him say he's steadfast and that he wants to retire, and that the reason that he's having the season that he's having is because he knows it's his last and he's digging a little bit extra deep.
That's a gear he should have went to earlier.
I guess. He's one of 3 players, Ortiz is, in Major League history with 500 homers and 600 doubles. That list: Hank Aaron, Barry Bonds, David Ortiz. Bourne hits it softly. Will be a tough play with his speed, and a nice job by the athletic Norris to cover first off of the flip from Gonzalez.
David Ortiz has 22 home runs, 72 RBIs, and is hitting .332 at the All-Star break with an 1107 OPS.
Is that good?
Yeah. I think he could retire right now, and they would negotiate to get him to finish the season.
Well, home run record for an age 40 season is 34. You said he has how many right
22.
now? Okay. There's only been one 30-plus homer season by a 40-year-old. It was Darrell Evans of the Tigers in '87. And Ortiz on pace to break that. Best hitter in baseball this year by most measures. Ball one to Goldschmidt. Easy to forget that Ortiz is a guy who had to fight for playing time early on in his career.
Minnesota.
Yeah.
And really could only hit the ball to the opposite field or roll over it, and just learn to hit the ball for power to the opposite field, learn to turn on it and keep it in the air, not roll over it.
Goldschmidt deep in the hole. Seager across his body, almost got him. It's an incredible effort. That's an infield single.
The only person I'm worried about on this play is Justin Turner. Boy, did he lay out for the ball that Seager ends up capturing. Take a look at the effort by both these guys. Justin stays down. Corey gets the ball and gets it away in a hurry, but not enough arm strength from that distance to get Goldschmidt.
And Norris salutes it. Norris knows a little something about having talented young fielders on that side behind him. Had Manny Machado for the beginning of his career in Baltimore. Jake Lamb up there with 2 gone, and a man at first in an 8-3 game in the 5th. He's 1 for 2. He singled in the 2nd. He struck out in the 3rd. All that David Ortiz talk. Lamb leads the NL in slugging, but Ortiz leads the majors. Goldschmidt runs on a strike, and he's stolen second easily. His 12th stolen base of the year.
A 2 out and a 5-run lead. Bud Norris just worrying about the guy at the plate right here. Those 3 runs in the 3rd by the D-backs were their first runs in 16 innings. They had gone 16 innings of scoreless until that 3 spot went up. Blocked by Yasmani, getting his right leg out from under him there to get in front of that one.
Part of that scoreless run, in fact all of that scoreless run before tonight, was against San Francisco, and that included the final game of the first half where Jake Lamb broke up a Madison Bumgarner no-hitter in the 8th inning. Norris lets the 1-1 fly, and Lamb lines it into center. Van Slyke's throw hits the mound, and Goldschmidt scores to make it 8-4 on an RBI single from Jake Lamb.
Scratch infield single, stolen base, and a 2-out line drive on this fastball that's slightly up. They're trying to come up and in. It leaks over the middle of the plate, and Lamb makes him pay. Cuts the lead to 4 runs.
And now Wellington Castillo, who is 1 for 2. Eight runs on 11 hits for the Dodgers. 4 runs on 8 hits for the Diamondbacks. We are 2 hours deep in this game, but well rested. Right, we had a few-day break.
Just glad to have regular season baseball back. It was fun to see the home run derby and have the All-Star break and the All-Star game. The American League has secured home field advantage now in the World Series. It's nice to be back at it.
Grandal sitting inside, and Castillo taking one that missed the glove but caught the zone. 1-2. Castillo, a guy that was happy to have the All-Star break arrive. Went 1 for his last 17 during the first half.
.97 pitches. I'm sure probably be Bud Norris's last inning. See Pedro Baez warming up in the Dodger bullpen. You want to get this last out in the 5th if you're the starting pitcher, of course, to be the pitcher of record and get a chance at the W.
Broke Castillo's bat. Lollipop over to first, and the inning is over. Diamondbacks get one back against Norris, who's got an 8-4 lead after 5.
Lead as we make our way to the top of the 6th inning. Of course, Bud Norris, the seemingly overnight acquisition when we found out that Clayton Kershaw was going on the disabled list with that mild disc herniation back on June 27th. But good news as far as the Dodgers ace is concerned. Clayton Kershaw and Alex Wood, also on the disabled list, will both throw a simulated game tomorrow back in Los Angeles. Dave Roberts saying probably about 60 pitches, 4 innings of work. And Brett Anderson in the mix as well will probably do the same thing on Tuesday. Clayton Kershaw could come back as far as the rotation is concerned as early as next week, perhaps Thursday or Friday. Dodgers still not making a commitment on the return, but he's getting close.
Great stuff, Alana. Plenty to report with plenty of Dodgers on that DL working their way back. Ball 1 to Justin Turner. How about what Dave Roberts said about Brett Anderson's bullpen? Did you read that? Called it electric.
Electric as far as the depth of the slider, the velocity of the fastball, the way the ball was coming out of his hand. Very encouraging.
Turner is homered tonight. Behind a fastball, 1-1. And Brett Anderson with a sim game scheduled for next Tuesday. Anderson last year in his first season with the Dodgers had his best career year and then accepted the qualifying offer. First player ever to do that. It was supposed to be a really important piece of this rotation, but the back surgery in early March. He took that qualifying offer despite multi-year offers from other teams to remain with the Dodgers for a second season. But last year, career highs in starts in an innings pitch, more than the previous 3 years combined for Brett Anderson. And it sure would be nice to have him back here down the stretch, and it's trending in that direction.
Through his last few negotiations, he has really trusted himself and his upside, turning down safety for the possibility of having a big year and getting some better deals.
Turner has reached all 4 times tonight. He reaches here the hard way, and looking back towards the diamond right now with his palms up. Dave Roberts now coming out, so is Chip Hale. Warnings have been issued by home plate umpire Dan Iasonia. Chip Hill wants to know why. This is not the first time Turner's been hit by Arizona, and it's far from the first time there's been a little bit of tension between these two teams. This is on April 13th. Turner was hit by Ruby De La Rosa, and then later in the game hit again. Now that one, hard to argue that had anything to do with any kind of intent. That ball hung out over the inner part of the plate and kind of slipped from the pitcher. That doesn't make it hurt any less.
Now this last one with Justin standing at first base, there seemed to be some intent to that pitch, because that had no chance of being a strike, and it wasn't like, oh, it was on the inside corner and he was leaning out over. That ball was straight to the ribs area. Dave Roberts is really fuming, because to get the warning to both benches right away on the first guy to get hit all of a sudden just changes the whole game. That your pitcher's on the mound now, you have a lead and are going to be a little bit more, going to be shyer about pitching inside in case Iasonia wants to read that they hit somebody on purpose and they get tossed from the game. And both managers kind of upset with the quick warning.
That fastball is at 94 for Escobar. That is his hardest pitch tonight. Now Gonzalez, ball one. There's tensions throughout the years between these two teams. And the brawl at Dodger Stadium in 2013 after Puig and Greinke were both hit. Gonzalez goes the other way. Herman plays it on a bounce. Turner into second. On a base hit from Adrian Gonzalez. You know, those two times that Turner was hit, we showed back in the first series between the teams. There were 6 total hit batsmen over the first 2 games between these teams this year. There was a spring training game a year ago where there were 4 hit batsmen in one game, in one spring training game. Chip Hill comes out to take it from Escobar and back into that D-backs bullpen. Dodger Baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop online at choosenissan.com. And by Children's Hospital Los Angeles. We treat kids better. 2 of the great young talents in the game, Corey Seager and Chris Bryant of the Cubs, a guy that a lot of people think might be the leader right now for National League MVP. Homered against Chris Sale in the first inning of that game. Silvino Bracho is on for the 13th time here in his 4th stint with the Diamondbacks this year. And he faces Yasiel Puig. Great name. Silvino Bracho. Puig had that 2-run single in the 4th, was thrown out trying to extend it into a double. That finished the inning. Turner reached when he was hit by a pitch. Gonzalez singled to chase Escobar. Bracho out of the Dominican Republic. Brings a 1-1 to Yasiel Puig. Digs it out of there. Base hit into left. Turner held at third. Herman's throw goes behind him, and Turner's back in safely. Justin Turner's earning his money tonight. That jersey appropriately dirty.
Yasiel gets the base hit here, finds the 6th hole, and Justin Turner's going to have to get his landing gear down one more time tonight on defense and also running the bases. Makes that turn. Chris Woodward holds him up. Justin puts on the brakes and just back in the nick of time.
So they've loaded him. Gonzalez and Puig back-to-back singles. Here's Van Slyke. Rising fastball at 94.
It might have been rising, but it is in a place where they can get killed.
Rising to a T.
Right there down central.
And then he throws him a breaker, and it's 0-2. They say those fastballs that appear to be rising are the fastballs that have particularly high spin rates.
They appear to be rising because they just decline at a lesser rate.
Right.
Your eye expects them to be going down, and since they don't go down as fast. They appear to be rising, but they don't rise. I think there's only been a few that actually have risen, and probably Dan Quisenberry threw a lot of them. the guys that throw from down under.
Spin rate, one of those things like exit velocity, route efficiency, things like that in this new age of data. Bracho to Van Slyke with a 1-2 pitch. And Van Slyke strikes out swinging.
Well, the spin rate on a four-seam fastball, the seams break more air, which makes the air lighter in front of the ball, which makes the ball fly straighter and harder and less decline as far as the elevation out of your hand. And of course it doesn't go down as much because it's going faster.
There are some teams, Houston Astros pop to mind, but that really dive into that spin rate. Houston Astros have signed a couple of pitchers who struggled, put up horrible numbers, but had really nice spin rates on certain pitches. And they look at that as an indicator that that pitcher should be better than the numbers are at that point. And look at it as an opportunity to sign guys low, and it's worked out for them in a couple of different instances.
Almost like you view batting average of balls in play when that's down, but maybe your exit velocity is up. You think, oh, those guys are going to come around offensively.
Colin McHugh is a guy who the Astros signed out of the middle of nowhere because his curveball had an absurdly high spin rate to it. So you can look at things like spin rate and exit velocity and scoff at it. Some people do. The older school does. But the fact is, teams are using it.
It's another way to evaluate tools. And when scouts go out, they don't always look for a finished product. They look for tools that can be honed by the minor league system and the coaching staffs at the big leagues. And that's what the coaches are really paid for. The development side of baseball, for sure, is that we sign players that have tools. And if a new tool, of course, can be evaluated as spin rate, exit velocity, you're bringing those coaches and those development people in the minor leagues higher tools.
Dodgers up 8-4, and Yasmani Grandal batting with the bases loaded here in the 6th. Pracho's 1-2. Grandal fouls it off. I think where you run into a problem is when it has to be one or the other. You know, the old school approach or the analytical new school approach, as opposed to a nice blend of the two.
And that's what I really believe in. I don't turn my back to any of the new analytics at all. I love hearing. And what it really does is kind of clears up the, this is what I see with my eyes. This is what I see with my eyes and my experience. And now they can actually put some numbers to that.
Yeah, quantifying what you see. And in some cases, revealing things you don't. In this ballpark, every run counts. Dodgers trying to add a few here. Bracho with a 2-2 to Grandal. And he got him. 94 with a heater. Dodgers had him loaded with nobody out. Van Slyke and Grandal both down swinging.
Second baseman, Chris Taylor.
I think it also removes kind of the lazy quotient that can happen with first impressions and reputations of players. And, you know, it's just scouts or evaluators might in the old days get a bad taste in their mouth about a certain kind of player, and the guy turns his life and his skills around or his spin rate around from an adjustment, and all of a sudden you get a fresher look at him and a clean look.
They're loaded for Chris Taylor. Turner was hit by a pitch to start the inning. Gonzalez and Puig back-to-back singles. There's Andrew Tolles, by the way. He would bat this inning extended. And Bud Norris's spot with Pedro Baez ready to come in. The 1-0 to Taylor. Already a triple and a double over the last 2 innings for Chris Taylor. So it looks like Norris's night is done after 5 innings.
And Bud would tell you the 3 outings he's had with the Dodgers. First one was outstanding. The next one was solid, and this one's just okay.
Here's a 2-0. Taylor hammers a ball. No doubt about it. How about a grand slam? He needs a single for the cycle. A career night for Chris Taylor. We still got a few innings left. Andrew Tolles lines a base hit to left field. The new guys having some fun tonight. This ball was absolutely crushed.
Separate and lift. You say one more for the cycle. Well, this is the grand salami. Make you eat your glove if you threw the ball to him. Acquisition of Bud Norris on the mound, probably going to get the W.
And how about Taylor's first career home run?
Yep.
being a grand slam.
So that was the one as he was coming into the dugout. He was showing the other guys as he was about to get the high fives.
One finger?
He put up one finger, like first. I thought it meant first grand slam.
Or I need a
First
single
everything.
for the Cycle Boys.
Yeah, that could
Just
be.
one.
He's probably going to get 2 more at bats. Being the visiting team, we're going to get to hit in the ninth.
Triple, double, grand slam, and he's knocked in 6. Howie Kendrick bangs a base hit into left field. It is Kendrick's 3rd hit of the night. It's the Dodgers' 16th. Chris Taylor came into this game with 0 home runs, 10 RBIs in his 3 seasons in the majors. That is parts of 3 seasons. Tonight he's got a home run and 6 RBIs. So he's gone from 10 RBIs to 16 for his career.
I'm going to guess right now he's the walk-off interview with Alana.
I'd say it's a decent bet. Corey Seager laid in a fastball. Strike 1.
After crossing home plate, getting ready for the high fives. That's my first.
Seager upset with himself. A couple of times he's had pitches he thought that he could drive that he hasn't tonight, and he's behind 0-2. Chris Taylor acquired in a trade from Seattle in mid-June. Zach Lee to the Mariners, Chris Taylor to the Dodgers, and to Oklahoma City for a few games before he was called up to the Bigs. A 6 RBI night so far, and just his 4th Dodgers start. The second half of the season starting off similarly to the first half of the season. A sweep in San Diego where everything went right. Dodgers won on opening day 15-0. $12 runs they have right now, matches 12 they scored against Atlanta in early June. Scored 12 at Colorado in late April. And this is the best, when you go back to the end of the first half, this is the best 4-game stretch offensively for the Dodgers as far as hits this season. Previous best, the first 4 games of the year, they had 47 hits. In this current 4-game stretch, they have 49 hits.
This game's not over.
Nope. Seager battling, 2 on and 2 out, and taking ball 1.
And they're facing the 27th best bullpen in Major League Baseball. So they got a shot to extend that as far as how many hits they'll get in the rest of this game.
They went from Corbin to Leon to Escobar to Bracho. Different pitchers, same results for Arizona through 6 innings tonight. Bracho with a 2-2 to Seager. And he pops it back of 3rd. Lamb with room to bring an end to the inning. The man of the night, Chris Taylor. Tripled in the 4th, doubled in the 5th, homered in the 6th. It was a grand slam, his first career homer, and it's 12-4. On Sportsnet LA is brought to you by BMW. See a Southern California BMW Center today for exceptional offers or visit SoCalBMW.com. And by Carl's Jr., the California Classic Double Cheeseburger for just $2.49 at Carl's Jr. Chris Taylor's a single short of the cycle after that grand slam and a 12-4 Dodger lead midway through the sixth. And the opener of the second half here in Arizona. Pedro Baez replaces Bud Norris, 41st appearance of the season for him, and after a rough start, he's gotten better.
He sure has. The location's gotten better, really starting to get a feel for his breaking stuff, his off-speed stuff. The league, knowing he's got the electric fastball, sits on it, able to change it up a little bit.
Faces Chris Herman and misses ball one. Bullpen has gone from being the scapegoat in the first month of the season to being the best in baseball. And Pedro Baez not exactly what this slow-moving game called for. And working on him speeding up his tempo as the season has rolled on. And with a 12-4 lead especially, you'd like to see him work with a good pace.
But these are the kind of games that if you're working on anything in your side work or your pitching coach wants you to take some of the edges off, with this kind of room, you push yourself to do things.
That's caught on the fly by Turner. Time now for greater coverage of baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile. The lowest batting average against in Major League history against the bullpen, the Yankees in 1958. They won the World Series that year. They had a 192. The Dodgers this season are tied with the White Sox of 65 and 66 for the second best opponent's average against the pen.
That is saying something. They had a rough April, but since April they have been on a downward decline of their ERA and their WHIP and everything. Just the way they've pitched has been absolutely fantastic, led by Kenley Jansen, the all-star down there.
Yasmani Tomas with the bases clear and one gone. And there was a time as they started to improve where there could still be an argument made for the peripheral numbers telling you that they weren't that good, that it was the low leverage situations that they were making those numbers look better than they probably deserve to be. But it's gotten to the point now where it's hard to make an argument against them being good. The batting average against is #1 overall, like we said, #2 in baseball history if the season were to end right now. It's #1 in baseball overall. It's also #1 in baseball in close and late situations. So the narrative about the pen not performing in big situations has dissipated as the year has gone on. The bottom line has become a strength of this team. 2-2 on Tomas.
Remember early on talking to Josh Bard and him even being interviewed down there with Rick Honeycutt about the bullpen. How are they going to change the chemistry of it to fix it? And they were like, you know what, we've got some great veteran leaders out there. They're helping the young guys. They're right there, Joe Blanton in Josh Bard's ear, talking over, I'm sure, one of two subjects.
Baseball or wine?
You got it.
Yeah. Seager. 2 out. So 2 topics that you and Nomar tend to spend some time chatting.
Just a tad, and you're coming up to speed on it. You've taken a liking to some of the grapes.
I just listen though to the line talk. I don't know enough.
I think those two, with their veteran status and their integrity, they are definitely talking baseball right now. They're at the point of the game where Pedro's in the game, the bullpen is up and alive and thinking situations, and that's when the conversation definitely shifts from how do we kill time till it's our time to it's our game now.
Brandon Drury pinch hitting and taking a strike from Baez. So now the one negative slant to it is that this bullpen is throwing too much.
Yes.
And that is to no fault of the bullpen. That's the starters have not been able to get deep in games consistently. And with Kershaw shelved the last couple of weeks, he was by far the most consistent threat to go deep in games. Turner throws out Drury to complete a 1-2-3 inning for Baez. All Dodgers tonight, on to the 7th, 12-4. Inning except the second. The scoring started with Justin Turner's solo homer back in the first as we look at our Morongo Casino Resort and Spa slow mo cam. A ball that was pummeled just to the left of straightaway center. Got out of the park and right into the camera well out in the batter's eye. And he's played some great defense tonight as well to start the second half.
Justin Turner has done it all year. Come back from the surgery, worked through his early slump.
Brandon Drury pinch hit last inning, stays in the game and left. And Josh Colmenter comes in. He's the fourth reliever used by Chip Hale and has the ability to pitch multiple innings. I think Chip Hale would probably like to see him heat up at least a couple of these final few. With the Dodgers in command. That over the top delivery that he honed back home in southern Michigan, throwing tomahawks as a boy with his brother. Small town of Homer, Michigan. So throw that tomahawk at trees out behind their house. That's where he got this motion from.
You know, Joe, if the score stays the same, like a no-hitter or like a perfect game, all eyes will be on Chris Taylor. Of how many times will he get up in the rest of this game? And can he get that single? Will he hit a gapper and stop it first?
He's the first Los Angeles Dodger, by the way, to have his first home run be a grand slam. 2-2 on Turner. He's the fifth Dodger, period. But the first four were all in Brooklyn. Chico Fernandez in 1956, the latest. The very first guy to do it, Billy Otterson in 1887. His first career home run was a grand slam. Do you have any Billy Otterson notes for us, Oral?
No, but I got Chico Fernandez notes. Chico Fernandez was our roving infield instructor in the Dodger organization while I was a minor leaguer, drafted in 1979. Chico was the infield instructor, and Leo Posada was our roving hitting instructor through those years. And they were outstanding, great guys and great teachers. You know, when you're going back 2 years before I was born, Joe.
1887?
No, 1956.
Turner takes strike three.
You might need another all-star break after that comment.
I'm just giving you a hard time. It was too easy.
What goes around comes around, because when I was your age, I was doing the same things the guy that was 57. So I deserve it all.
Here's Gonzalez. That first Brooklyn home run that was a grand slam, and the guy's debut home run was a grand slam. That was when they were the Brooklyn Bridegrooms. Gonzalez chops one to short. Ahmed sprawls to smother it, and from his knees throws Gonzalez out. One of the best fielding shortstops in the game, Nick Ahmed.
Nick Ahmed here has been a Dodger killer. Last year with the bat, and always had the great glove. Kind of gets it done like David Eckstein. Doesn't have the flashiest tools, the strongest arms, but he figures out a way to get it done.
Here's Puig. Dodgers have only gone down in order once today. As their only scoreless inning. That was the second. Casey Fiend warming. Chris Taylor will be due up next inning. He's 8th in the order. Right now they're in the 5 spot in the order. There's the list of names that he joins. He's the very first Los Angeles player to have his first home run be a grand slam. Chico Fernandez, the last guy to do it. It was in Brooklyn 2 years before the team moved to Los Angeles. 2-1 on Puig.
You know, talking about all that history, for a Backstage Dodgers episode, just last homestand, I got to go to the LA Sports Museum. And they are reopening this Sunday. It's right downtown, about a mile from right there, the center of town. I'll tell you what, it's like 35,000 square feet of memorabilia, and the Dodgers are a huge portion of it. And there's a big Dodger collection that is going to be on display there. So I can't wait to go back. You know, there wasn't enough time I think I was there 3 hours. I barely got through a quarter of it.
Next time, spend a little less time on the Oral Hershiser display, and you can matriculate through the place a little faster.
I just had one quick picture taken in front of that part.
Puig muscles one up the middle. Segura off a bounce. How about the gloves? Up the middle for the Diamondbacks in the 7th inning. Dodgers down in order for only the 2nd time tonight. Stretch time, 12-4.
The focus of this game, as far as Dodger fans are concerned, is whether or not Chris Taylor will get that single and be able to hit for the cycle. Also of interest is the return of outfielder Jock Peterson, who was dealing with that bruise in the AC joint. Jock will go out on a rehab assignment and should probably meet the team against the Washington Nationals. As far as Trayce Thompson, not in the lineup today to start against a left-hander. He's dealing with low back irritation that was exacerbated on the swing on Sunday. He's been dealing with the issue for a few weeks now. Andre Ethier out here working out, had that bone scan on the right leg. Still no results as far as that is concerned. Dave Roberts originally saying Andre Ethier probably be back August 2nd, looking more like mid-August as of now.
All right, Alana. There's Andre Ethier. And it will be interesting as we move towards the trade deadline to see how the Dodgers balance what they're going to be getting from the returns of players off of the disabled list, with the way they see fit to go find talent externally in trades, because you're getting back quite a bit. The temptation this time of year always to look elsewhere too.
Well, it's going to be a great problem to have if everybody gets healthy, but it's going to be like roster issues that you get at the end of spring training on who's going to be on the team, because you can't have room for everybody unless you just keep the people that don't have options and you option the people that do have options.
It's a strike on Ahmed. Casey Fiends ahead of him 0-2. We saw what the price is going to be to acquire pitching in that Drew Pomeranz deal to the Red Sox. Red Sox gave up their top pitching prospect to get Pomeranz. He's having a good year, but I think it's a reflection of the state of this market that they had to give up their top prospect to get him. It is no doubt a seller's market this summer, especially when it comes to starting pitching. A lot of good bullpen pieces out there. The starting pitching market, not like it's been in recent years. Seager dug out by Gonzalez, and as per usual, like it's nothing off one bounce. Get a Howie Kendrick bobblehead Tuesday, August 9th, when the Dodgers play host to the Phillies. First 40,000 fans can get one courtesy of Farmer John. For tickets, go to Dodgers.com/promotions. Look, he's even got the leg kick on the bobblehead. That looks like a pretty darn accurate depiction of Howie. You know, sometimes the bobbleheads are like, okay, but that looked pretty good.
Very good. We're going to have to get one of our own to make sure.
Segura goes the other way. Puig is back, and that ball is gone. Gene Segura with his 7th home run of the season.
Tomahawks this ball out. The low hands raise them up a little bit and then kind of just chops right through it. Put some backspin on it. This ball went a lot further than I thought it was going to go. Shows how well also the ball travels here in Arizona. The roof closed tonight. Players will tell you it doesn't travel quite as well when the roof is closed and the windows are closed, but that one carried on out of here.
Well, Fien has been a good pickup for the Dodgers. That has been the one issue. He's been keeping the ball in the yard. And he gives one up here in the 7th.
Absolutely love his attitude, though. He brings a lot of fire down there in the bullpen. He is not a scared guy at all when it comes to pitching. And he likes to get the ball. He likes the philosophy, too, that the Dodgers have given him on how to pitch over here and given him some freedom to pitch up in the strike zone.
Los Angeles native. Got to hang around town during the All-Star break. Spent some time with family. It's 2-2 to Michael Bourne. Giants, by the way, trail the Padres right now 4-1 in the 6th inning of the series opener in San Diego.
It's Bumgarner, too, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think he started that game.
Yeah.
After coming off the almost no-hitter here in Arizona on Sunday Night Baseball.
He's giving up home runs to Adam Rosales. And Will Myers, his 20th. Bourne hard hit, big bounce off Gonzalez, and he's aboard. Rule it a base hit.
If Adrian can't catch it, nobody can. And he'd love to have another shot at it. Everything is so routine for him. When you get one of these balls hit at you, that would be an exceptional play. He even expects himself to make this one. This one takes a wicked hop. It was scorched off the bat. Look at the angle he gives himself right there by sidestepping it a little bit so he could read it. Just couldn't get the glove completely on it.
Got it. Here's Goldschmidt. And Goldschmidt drills one way back to center. That ball is gone. Second homer allowed by Fien in this inning.
Casey shaking his head. He hangs another breaking ball right here, and it just cement mixes right there in the middle. It's spinning, but it's not breaking, and Paul Goldschmidt puts the barrel on it. We talk about the bullpen and how much work they've got, but all of a sudden you get in a rhythm when you get in so many games in a row and you feel good and everything feels good, touch and location, and all of a sudden you have a few days off, you get a little rust on you. Give up a couple dingers.
J.P. Howell comes in a 12-7 game, and we said it a couple of times tonight in this ballpark. Every run counts. Right now, Taylor's grand slam looming large. Calendar opening this second half. 3 here in Arizona. Off day on Monday. 3 in Washington, and then 3 in St. Louis. The back end of this road trip, a tough test for the Dodgers against the first place Nationals. The always tough Cardinals. J.P. Howell comes in after Casey Fien gives up 2 home runs here in the 7th.
J.P. got off to a rough start in his April. He has really turned the corner and gotten back to the J.P. Howell we're used to. And unfortunately, Paul Goldschmidt is still the Paul Goldschmidt we are used to.
Yeah, Dodger fans all too used to him. Lamb into the shift. That's Taylor. The third baseman or the second baseman playing way out there and right to throw him out.
They now take ground balls at infield back on the outfield grass to get used to these hops, and this is probably one of the hardest plays that you're going to have. The backhand kind of sets your shoulders and your feet for you, but that's a long throw.
Taylor's first career start at second base tonight. And as Wellington Castillo comes up, Taylor flips over to the other side of the diamond. Castillo down the right field line, foul. Brandon McCarthy, Archie Bradley tomorrow. It's a 5:10 local game. 1:10 on Sunday. Kenta Maeda, Robbie Ray. Dave Roberts saying before the game, stacking that rotation up the way that he did for a few different reasons. Number one was wanted to build off of the momentum that Bud Norris had during the first half, get him going as soon as possible. Also with Ryu as the 5th starter, the final guy first time around, buys him the maximum amount of rest. And he'd like to match up Maeda against Arizona, so made sure that he could pitch in this series. But it's not necessarily you stack your guys in order of how good they've been coming out of the break. A few different things that go into it.
Especially the rest quotient. Okay, we've had one hit hard down the right field line foul, hard down the left field line foul. Let's have one soft in fair territory.
Tries to lay off, can't. And Howell gets Castillo to finish the inning. Chris Taylor due up third next inning. Needs a single for the cycle in his 97th career game. Live streaming sports service delivers everything you've come to expect and plenty more. You can watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices, and it includes a free subscription to At-Bat Premium. Back here at Chase Field in Arizona, where the Dodgers have a 12-7 lead on the Diamondbacks, out hitting Arizona 16-11. With numbers like the old college game before they changed the bats. Chris Taylor is a single short of the cycle. And Scott Van Slyke fouls off the first pitch from Josh Colmenter for strike one. There have been 9 cycles in Dodger history, but only 2 of them since the team relocated from Brooklyn to Los Angeles. Most recently in 2009. And Taylor trying to do it in his 97th career game. Only his 4th game started in a Dodger uniform. These are the cycles in Los Angeles Dodger history. Wes Parker in 1970 did it at Shea Stadium. And then it didn't happen again until 2009 when Orlando Hudson did it. The final one in Brooklyn was from Gil Hodges. And ironically, the first one in Los Angeles, which we showed there, is Van Slyke gets plunked and will take first base. The first one in Los Angeles, Wes Parker picked up against Gil Hodges' Mets team. Gil Hodges was managing the Mets at that point. It was the last Dodger to do it while the team was in Brooklyn. And of course, some commotion with Van Slyke getting hit. Both sides have already been issued warnings after Justin Turner was hit by a pitch in the 6th by Edwin Escobar. Grandal fouls it off, strike one. Grandal is 1 for 4 today. Singleton scored back in that 5-run 4th inning. Chris Taylor waits on deck with a chance at history here in the first game of the second half. Not even been with the Dodgers for a full month. Let's check in with Alana.
Dave Roberts looking at Chris Taylor on the on-deck circle, trying to get his attention, saying, Chris, Chris, and finally he says CT. Then Dave Roberts looking at him and says, if they give you the right pitch, lay down the bunt. I'm okay with it.
Wow. Great stuff. Alana, who's got a unique perspective down there.
Everybody on the bench knows how rare it is. They don't know the historic references that we have up here, but they'll know soon enough if he accomplishes it.
Was acquired from Seattle on June 19th. Spent a few days in AAA before the Dodgers called him up June 25th. And spent time in the majors each of the last 2 seasons. Got off to a red-hot start in the minors in 2014, then broke his finger on a slide. That slowed down his development some. Still was able to make his debut later that year. Grandal swings and misses for strike 3. And the first out of the 8th brings up Chris Taylor. So last season, mostly in AAA, he was a .300 hitter there. Suffered a fractured wrist a season ago, had to bounce back from that. Tries to become the first Dodger to hit for the cycle since 2009 when Orlando Hudson did it in the home opener against San Francisco. And he lays down the bunt. Colemanter makes the play.
Dave Roberts gave him permission. He just didn't get enough angle on it right there. If he gets it anywhere near third base compared to where he got it, Dave encouraging him and saying, way to go, good try, but look how far back they are, and he just doesn't get the barrel around far enough to get the ball down the third baseline. They were handing it to him if he gets it anywhere near third.
That is a heck of a play by Josh Colmenter, though, just barely able to cut that ball off. Chase Utley now ready to bat. It'd be nice if the Dodgers could put together a little rally here and get Taylor one more opportunity in the ninth. Doesn't change the fact that he's got a triple, a double, and a grand slam. And making a case at a critical juncture for any fringe roster player to remain on this roster as more and more pieces get healthy on this Dodger squad.
You see the bat come around and there's a little hesitation, maybe that hesitation of pulling it back. He was thinking ball or strike maybe. He decided, oh, that's a good one to bunt, and went for it, but just wasn't able to get the correct angle to get the ball down the third baseline. Really, when you're bunting for a base hit on the first strike, you should be thinking to yourself, base hit or foul. So you'd rather err on foul territory than being closer to the pitcher, because it's not like bunting with 2 strikes, or it's not like a sacrifice where you're just trying to get some distance and get it to a wider range. You want to be a base hit or just be a strike.
Two and two on Utley.
For the kids at home that are thinking about how do I get more angle on that bunt to third base, the key is the bottom hand, not the top hand. Keeping the bottom hand close to your front hip, because then it gives your top hand, which is the one that's going to go down the barrel, makes that arm long enough to create that angle. If your bottom hand gets away from your body, then your top hand is not, your arm's not long enough to create that angle.
Chris Taylor, as Alana Rizzo reported, was given the go-ahead by Dave Roberts to try to bunt his way to a cycle. Here's what you're talking about.
You take the bottom hand down towards your hip, so now your top hand can be longer. See how his elbow's starting to straighten out? You've got to straighten it out another 6 inches. Keep the bottom hand close to your front side. That creates the angle to bunt the ball down the third baseline.
Utley with the jam shot to short for Ahmed. On to the bottom of the 8th inning. Dodgers in front 12-7. Chris Taylor's knocked in 6 of the 12 Dodger runs. Double, triple, grand slam, and a 12-7 lead to the bottom of the 8th. And Chris Hatcher enters into first appearance of the second half, 35th of the season, trying to get that earned run average below 5. And he'll face Ricky Weeks Jr., who's pinch hitting to start this inning.
The All-Star break feels like a fresh start for a lot of guys, and I think for Chris Hatcher, he probably went home for the All-Star break and thought this is what he's going to use it for, the mental break, and then also to come back and say, I'm gonna start fresh. He had a great second half after returning from the DL last year, and he can reach back into that memory and maybe fix some things in his side works over the All-Star game break.
Certainly enjoyed a few days back home with his new son, who was born in April. Son Jensen. Facing a 13-year veteran in Ricky Weeks Jr. Former Milwaukee Brewer, who was an all-star in Milwaukee in 2011. Spent the first decade with the Brewers, then last year with the Mariners, now in his first season in Arizona. He's been a key piece off of the bench for Chip Hill. Hatcher's 1-2. Fastball at 96, but misses up. And he gets him. Breaks off a nasty pitch at 84. Strike 3. Weeks the first out of the inning.
Right fielder,
Strikeouts have never been Chris Hatcher's problem. Really, his outings are kind of inconsistent where he'll just be dominant, and then all of a sudden the location leaves and the hitters catch up to him. An outstanding splitter, though.
Strike 1 on Tomas, who's begun the second half 0 for 3. Diamondbacks in danger of losing their 5th in a row, their 13th out of the last 15. Dodgers trying to win their 11th out of their last 15 games. And trying to move to within 5.5 of the San Francisco Giants. Giants finished the first half with a 40-15 run. That is the best 55-game stretch the Giants have had since moving to San Francisco.
The tail end of that done without Hunter Pence.
Pretty good chunk of it, not even just the tail end. Duffy and Panic towards the tail end of it. Romo most of the season. Pence the last month.
About 20 games of it.
9 more games between the Dodgers and Giants, late August and mid-September in LA. And the final 3 games of the regular season in San Francisco. That stretch for San Francisco where they're 40-15, that is 5 games better than anybody else in baseball. So while the Dodgers have been one of the 2 or 3 best teams in that same stretch, it's all relative because of what the Giants are doing. You still find that 6.5 game gap opening the second half.
Well, the Giants are just starting to bat in the top of the 8th, and they're down 4-1 in San Diego.
No Fernando Rodney in that bullpen anymore. San Diego. Dodgers have been at least 5 games back since June 12th. Tomas with a base hit to right. Well, the Dodgers had drawn to within 3 games with that series opening win at San Francisco in early June. And it looked like they were going to draw to within 2. Adrian Gonzalez had the go-ahead home run in the top of the 10th before the Giants won it in the bottom of the 10th. San Francisco won the final game of the series on a Sunday night as well. And it extended that lead to 5 by the 12th of June and have kept it at least that distance over the last month. That has been no fault of the Dodgers, who tied for the most wins in the majors during that stretch. Brandon Drury with a man at first and 1 gone. Dodgers lead 12-7 in the 8th.
As good as the Dodgers have been and all the things they have battled through, it's just hard to be content with it because of what the Giants have done. You should be satisfied for leading the majors in DL days and still being near the top. You should be satisfied that your starting pitching has not been great, but it's been solid enough to provide a cushion so that when the bullpen comes in, they get the job done. That the offense has been good enough to reel off all these runs and support the team, but you just can't be content and feel good about it because the Giants have been that hot. But they're going to provide a lot of excitement in the second half of the season. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be special. Because they're getting healthy, they're getting better. The offense is coming around. All the pieces are starting to fit together.
Mentioned it earlier, but the best 4-game stretch for this offense as far as hits since the first 4 games of the year, where they dominated San Diego and then started a series in San Francisco. Hatcher's 2-2 and his second strikeout of this inning. So again, it's McCarthy and Bradley tomorrow. It's Maeda and Ray in the finale. And then the Dodgers will get into Washington, D.C. late Sunday night, early Monday morning, and have the off day to get rested on Monday before starting the series with the Nationals Tuesday through Thursday. Ball 1 to Nick Ahmed.
You know, Joe, if you think about the offense, the veteran bats that are starting to come around, Yasmani Grandal with the power right before the first half. Justin Turner really coming around with his big bat, and Adrian Gonzalez, the way he started to swing it after his 2 days rest, and then this guy in right field after coming off the DL got a couple RBIs tonight and is continuing to stay hot. That really lengthens the Dodger lineup.
It's the 3rd time this year, Oral, that the Dodgers have had all 9 starters score a run in a game. The Giants are the only other team in the NL to do it even once. The Dodgers have done it 3 times. There have been some explosions. There's just been a lack of consistency for the offense.
There was no question about the offense coming out of spring training.
No.
It was all about who's going to lead off. But it was like, well, we don't need a legitimate leadoff hitter. It's like this lineup's going to be so long and so consistent. And they were racking up the runs here in Arizona. And then the injury bug started to hit right away with Andre Ethier. And Dave Roberts, in his first year as manager, just had to deal with so many different issues and has done an outstanding job keeping the focus on being positive and that this is all going to come around and come together.
Seager goes the short way, and Taylor's there for the force out to retire the side. On to the 9th in Arizona. Chris Hatcher with a scoreless inning of relief.
Unless the Dodgers can really keep the line moving in the 9th inning, Chris Taylor's evening is over. But what a night for Chris Taylor. Coming up next on Access Sportsnet Dodgers, John Hartung and Jerry Hairston Jr. will discuss the epic night as far as a career night for Chris Taylor. We'll certainly talk about Bud Norris's performance and how the Dodgers were able to come out of the gate to start the second half, hopefully with a win, guys.
All right, the offense has come alive. 12 runs on 16 hits. Taking advantage of a couple of Arizona errors as well. There's Chris Taylor, a night to remember for him. His first career home run is a grand slam. And Howie Kendrick takes ball one. Another good night for Kendrick. He's 3 for 5, and he faces Randall Delgado. Converted starter out of Panama. Kendrick's average up to 261. He's never in his career hit below 285, and that's why that beginning of the season was so puzzling. Part of that, though, is he was slowed during the spring because of injuries.
Really didn't have a spring training.
Right. And the other part of it, which he's admitted to, was he wasn't playing every day over the first couple of months of the season, even when he did get healthy. People thought that he'd split time at second and third, but Chase Utley was so good at second. Justin Turner was doing well at third, or at least was healthy at third, and you weren't going to replace his bat in the lineup. And the games started coming in left for him as he started to hit. The injuries started to pile up, and have combined to create an everyday role for him at this point, and he's taken off. So Kendrick walks to start this inning and brings up Seager, who's 1 for 4 with a double and a walk. Seager hits a fly ball to deep center. Bourne is back on it at the track to make the play. Kendrick had gone all the way around second. He'll go back to the bag. And Seager the first out of the ninth.
Third baseman, Justin Turner.
Here is Turner. Started this 12-run outburst with a solo homer in the first inning. And finds himself, despite that nightmarishly slow start, within 2 home runs, within 15 RBIs of matching last year's career highs.
And when you see guys' totals at the end of the year, you really do forget about their slumps. You just see what they do in total. And when you're in the midst of it during the year, that's where veterans have the experience to know I've waded through this and I've still had my 100 RBI year. I've waded through this and I've still had my 20 or 25 home runs. They remember from years past when they've put those kind of totals up, but they had long dry spells.
And in Turner's case, he's waded through, really, in his 8 major league seasons, 7 where he wasn't the undisputed starter at his position. This is really the first season of his career where he entered the season as the guy at a spot. Even last year, he started the season as Juan Uribe's backup, didn't take over as the everyday player until mid-May. Never was an everyday guy other than to replace David Wright for a stretch because of injury in New York. And in his first season with the Dodgers 2 years ago, he played more than 100 games, but that was because of injuries as well, to Uribe and to Hanley Ramirez.
The reasons of not starting was I'm not good enough, and then good enough, but probably won't stay healthy, and then just has continued to prove all of those reputations wrong. And there were not a lot of people that were real sure that he could play third base on an everyday basis also with the defensive side of the ball, because he had made some errors at times, and would he be overexposed over there playing every day defensively? But he's just been marvelous down there.
And what the numbers don't show are what kind of leader he is in the clubhouse. And I figure that a lot of that comes from the fact that he can relate with every guy in the clubhouse because he's been each one of those guys at some point in his career.
You're right. He can talk about the guy that's barely on the team. He can talk to the guy that thinks management has lost confidence in him. You can talk about the guy who's all of a sudden the potent bat off the bench, but frustrated he's not getting to start. And now he can talk to starters and the stars, because that's what he is.
Got hit earlier and warnings were issued. This one scoots him off the plate. Southern California native. Mayfair High School in Lakewood. Played his college ball at Cal State Fullerton. Reds drafted him. He's dealt to Baltimore for a short time. From Baltimore to New York. The Mets released him in 2013. This one gets by Delgado and will be a tough play. Segura throws late. And they rule it a base hit for Turner.
Well, they all even out. He'll say, I've hit a lot of bullets at people and made out. This little check swing nubber and little deflection slows it down enough to beat it out.
Now you start looking at your scorecard, right? How much farther do we got to get to Chris Taylor's spot in the order? He's still 5 spots away. Gonzalez, Puig, Van Slyke, Grandal. Then it'd be Taylor with another chance and getting a single for the cycle. They've had plenty of rallies tonight. 5 spot in the 4th, 4 spot in the 6th. Strike one on Gonzalez. Talk about even and out. 2 horrible stretches this year for Adrian, and the average is 290.
You get your 1 hit a night. It's amazing how those percentage points start building that average. It's going to be like watching your child grow. Got to go away for a while to watch the growth spurt. If it's happening in front of you, go, wow, when did that happen?
Yeah, right.
Just slowly growing.
When I get home, my daughter's going to be walking. Line to third and caught by Lamb. Thanks for bringing it up, Oral.
It's not that long a road trip. She's only 26 days old.
FaceTime these days.
FaceTime,
Yeah.
You've got unlimited data?
About to find out.
Make sure you're around Wi-Fi. It's cheap.
Yeah.
You'll be in the lobby of a lot of hotels with your iPad there.
Right.
Talking baby talk.
Couple of hits tonight for Puig. Knocked in 2 with a base hit back in that 5-run 4th inning. So now the Dodgers need 3 2-out base runners to get to Chris Taylor. That's some kind of shimmy Puig's doing right now. There's one. He'll send Kendrick. RBI single for Yasiel Puig, his third base hit of the night. And his third run driven in.
He started the night out with 2 strikeouts, but in those at-bats he looked good. Good mindset, deep counts, trying to go to right field, and then he has finished off the night with these hits. A walk and 2 other hits. And now 3 RBIs.
Van Slyke 2 for 4. First start in center field this season for him. Hey, Taylor's got the batting helmet on. Getting closer. Need Van Slyke and Grandal to reach. $18 hits for the Dodgers, a season high. That's 13 runs, the second most, falling only behind the opening day explosion and a 15-0 win against San Diego. Chris Taylor was in the Mariners minor league system at that point. Two 2-0 on Van Slyke. Still several ifs to it, but if Van Slyke reached, and if Grandal reached, and if Taylor got the hit, and if he got that single, boy, wouldn't that be a special moment, a special memory in Dodger history? Here comes a 2-0 to Van Slyke, and unable to lay off ball 3, 2-1. John Weissman would have to rewrite his book, 100 Things Every Dodger Fan Should Know or Do Before They Die. I think that'd be a new chapter in there.
For sure. I hope this team makes that book a reprint. Some addendums.
Three and one on Van Slyke. Dodgers have hit 2 home runs tonight. See if Van Slyke gets one to hammer. Kendrick walked. Turner singled. Puig singled. First and second with 2 outs in the ninth. And a 3-1. 3-2. Need 2 more base runners for Taylor to have another shot. It would be his 6th at bat.
Scott Van Slyke giving it his best shot to get him up there. Started this bat with a 2-0 count, and now 3-2, but he's battling.
Last call for the Giants in San Diego. 4-1. Padres in front. Are we officially in scoreboard watching season now that we're in the second half?
We're getting close.
Let's make it such.
I mean, Dave Roberts, even late in the first half, admitted that, of course, I'm got an eyeball up there every once in a while. I would say that the people that are chasing are always watching it more than the people that are in the lead. When you're in the lead, it's like we just got to take care of ourselves, take care of our own business.
And you glance now and then,
right.
check in.
When you're chasing, they're a significant part of your life, what they do.
These days it's app watching, right? The MLB at-bat app. Another 3-2 to Van Slyke. And a pop-up to center. And back goes Segura to make the play. And it is over. On to the bottom of the ninth. Dodgers in front, 13-7. By your Southern California Chevy dealers. McCarthy against his former team. These are Arizona 2013, 2014. And faces Archie Bradley in the middle game of this 3-game set. Dodgers hoping they can take care of business here and be in position to win the series tomorrow.
Brandon McCarthy, you know, he wants to start producing. It's one thing about being healthy. It's another thing to start producing. The first outing is good, but he knows what a significant role he could play in the Dodgers catching the Giants if he has a really good second half. Not about the happiness of being back on the mound. It's about producing and contributing.
Speaking of the Giants, they've gone final in San Diego, 4-1. Padres win. And so the Dodgers 3 outs away from trimming it down to 5.5. Can only do it one day at a time, and 3 outs away from this being a perfect first day of the second half in that regard. Gene Segura laid on it, 95. And that's Madison Bumgarner, like you mentioned earlier, that will be tagged with a loss in that game. Bumgarner and Cueto have been so good for the Giants, but even during this really good run, Jeff Samardzija has started to regress some. He's not been as good the last month. Kane and Peavy have had some health issues this year. Been up and down. Bumgarner falls to 10-5 with the defeat.
The primary race is to catch the Giants in the National League West. The individual race, also the Cy Young race, is going to really be tight. Clayton's going to be in there when he gets back and healthy for sure. Steven Strasburg, Bumgarner. Arrieta's hit some rough outings over the last 5 or 6. Johnny Cueto is going to probably be in the hunt. It's going to be a very interesting race. Clayton comes back and duplicate what he was doing during the first half, he probably will run away with it.
And then, you know, assuming he's able to come back before long and do what he was doing in the first half, he jumps back into the MVP discussion. Tries to win his second MVP. It's nearly impossible to win one MVP as a pitcher. You mentioned Jake Arrieta's struggles. His last 3 starts, an 8.27 ERA. Opponents hitting above 300 during that stretch.
Yeah, to the point where there's murmurs about, are the Cubs going to go out and look for another starting pitcher? With having the dream season and them all falling on hard times, kind of skidding into the All-Star break.
Segura in the air to right. He homered in that direction his last time up. This time it dives into the casual glove of Puig for the first out.
Center field.
Jeff Samardzija for the Giants tomorrow against Luis Perdomo of the Padres. Perdomo, a Rule 5 selection of the Padres. But the Dodgers have seen a couple of times. They love his potential. He probably shouldn't be in the rotation right now, but they risk giving him back to the team they acquired him for if they do option him to the minors. And they think that he's got a chance to be a really good pitcher one day. In the meantime, though, things not going well for Perdomo. He'll face the Giants tomorrow. Michael Bourne hit hard. Seager's got it and throws him out. So quite a way for the Dodgers to begin this second half.
There's a very sweet play. The ball taking him towards center field and the momentum allowing him to spin through this and then make the accurate throw to first. And Corey, the first step is what really made the play. Got a great jump there. And the accurate arm again.
Diamondbacks on their way to a 5th consecutive defeat. 13 losses in their last 15 games. Here's Goldschmidt. And there's strike one. Dodgers will get their 19th win out of their last 27 games. They're 11th in their last 15. Hatcher worked a scoreless 8, trying to work a 1-2-3-9. Goldschmidt homered his last time up, his 24th in 83 games in his career against the Dodgers, the team that originally drafted him out of high school. 49th rounder out of high school in 06. Wound up going to Texas State instead, and then the Arizona Diamondbacks took him in the 8th round. What a steal. All-star for the 4th consecutive year. MVP runner-up 2 of the last 3 seasons. To McCutchen in 2013. To Bryce Harper last year. And was on his way to contending in 2014, but he broke his hand down the stretch, and Kershaw won it. So broken hand away from 3 consecutive top 2 MVP finishes.
He is so consistent in every facet of the game. And then when it comes to the bat and clutch hitting, he rises to the occasion. Turner Ward, his then hitting coach, said the work ethic over there for him and how he built his swing and became the player he is just off the charts. And a nice thing for Trace Thompson, who's not in there tonight. Turner Ward has compared Trace Thompson's work ethic and trying to build the swing to that of Paul Goldschmidt.
On the ground to Turner. Started the game with a home run. Finishes it by throwing to first and capping a 13-7 second half opening win. Chris Taylor have a night. A triple, a double, a first career home run that was a grand slam. And he's our Lexus player of the game. Finished a single short of the cycle. Just barely missed it trying to bunt his way on to get the cycle. Still, though, what a night for him.
Hits in the third, the fourth, and then the grand slam in the fifth. The next at bat came, and he missed the bunt down the third baseline. But what a way to start the second half for him and the Dodgers. The Giants lose, Dodgers win, 5.5 back.
Game 2's tomorrow. Dodgers and Diamondbacks playing the middle game of this 3-game series. That does it for now. For Oral and Alana, Joe Davis saying so long. We get you to Access Sportsnet Dodgers and bring it back to the ballpark in just a bit.